Hey everyone, what is up, and welcome back for more Higurashi When They Cry. Today we'll be recording episode 67, which is going to be the first episode of Chapter 8, which is the final chapter, or penultimate chapter, if we're going to count Rei's first scenario, which by my understanding is really short, so I'm counting this as the final chapter, even if I'm going to play the first arc of Rei. Anyways, I mean, we're finally here, right? It's been a very long time. We're finally starting the final chapter in the game. I don't have a ton to say. I'm not gonna do some super lengthy recap. I mean, in the last chapter, we saw a lot of the remaining mysteries were solved. And Rika made a desperate attempt to remember what happened with Takano and Takano killing everyone, right? By choosing to remain conscious for her own murder, she's hoping that she's going to go into a new scenario and remember what happened. And we're going to see if that, like, how this plays out, what Rika can do to ultimately reach the fate that she wishes to reach. And I assume this is the chapter where we're going to see that, right? So I'm really looking forward to seeing how exactly this plays out. If we're going to get more info about Takano, things of that nature. And so, like I said, I don't have a super lengthy recap for once. Even when I say I don't, it always ends up being super lengthy. So, I don't have much of a recap. So let's just jump into this. Go ahead and hit start. Let's read what they've got right here. Oh, I actually didn't say anything, but I thought the shot of the moon in the forest. I'm not reading that yet. The shot of the moon like through the forest is, I think, a really fitting shot for this. Honestly, I like that. I feel like that fits for the final chapter. And then this area is just iconic. Matsuri Bayashi. At least let it end with a blissful dream. The festival accompanying chapter. Interesting. The riddle you have been entrusted with solving now finally becomes unraveled. What must be done to stop the chain, and what will happen in the ultimate end? It's a showdown between the conclusion you reached and the one I reached. There is no difficulty. You should understand that now. Alright. I mean, that's not shocking. They're not really going to add new mysteries at this point. So, like I said, everything's going to become unraveled this chapter. What must be done to stop the chain? And what will ultimately happen in the end when we stop that chain? We're going to finally see. Let's go ahead and begin. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is accepting that. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is fulfilling that. I, too, am entitled to happiness. The difficult part is working out a compromise. That's interesting. If by now you haven't picked up that this is Rika, this makes it very obvious, because this was her Chapter 7 poem. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual persons or organizations is entirely coincidental. Okay, who are we from the perspective of? I'm kind of curious. Because I would have initially assumed, like, it'd be Rika jumping back, but this doesn't give me that vibe. Let's just go. The study was filled with piles of books and papers. In that study, there was a full-figured old man writing something at his desk in utmost concentration. There was also a little girl sorting out papers on the carpet. Okay, maybe it is just Rika. She almost looked as though she was playing with them, but the serious expression she was wearing made it clear that she wasn't. Interesting. This is Miyo Takano, right? Like, did she just cut the KO from her name? I think this is a flashback. Yep, because that's the name we saw.
さてさて、どういう結果になったかな？
同じ症例の人がこれだけ集まった。全国平均と比べても明らかに異常なくらい。
Interesting.
やはりな。こっちも興味深い論文を見つけたところだ。精神外科と文化についてまとめたものでな。 前頭葉に宿主とは別の意志を持った存在があることを予見したものだ。
前頭葉は人間が人間らしくあることを司る部分だよね。
Interesting choice of word, parasites. I thought they were saying this was a pathogen. At least it seems their initial theory was parasites, but it might still just be a pathogen.
そうだ。人の感情は心が生み出すのではない。
Actually, did they reveal it was parasites? For some reason I felt like they talked about it being a pathogen, but I feel like with the whole like queen bee thing, the parasite part would make sense. I'm not gonna linger on that for too long.
脳という名の器官が分泌物を生み出して与える副産物に過ぎ、その脳に特定の干渉をするナノ単位の生命体の集合が存在し、ある命令系統を持つ一つのコロニーに関与したならば。
Right. So are parasites the cause of the spread of ideology? When ideologies clash, is that because different parasites are competing to expand their habitat?
あるいは教育の分布か、国境の分布か、人種の分布か。我々の世界の異なる文化コミュニティの存在と、その対立の一因は、そういった人の思想に影響を及ぼす微細な生命体の存在にあると仮定している。
That's interesting. I've never heard that theory.
おじいちゃんと同じことを考えている人が外国にもいたんだね。
もちろんいるとも。可視不可視を問わず、地球上には無数の生命体がいて、その中には宿主の体内に潜伏して共存し、時には宿主を支配したりすることが広く知られている。そして実際に人体内にその存在をたくさん発見してもいる。にもかかわらず、人体に潜伏し、その宿主を支配する生命体の存在については、頑くなに否定してきた。家庭すらも含めてな。
どうしてだろうね。人間だけ特別な存在のわけはないのに。
それを仮定することはすなわち、意志に基づいた言動や信念を疫学的原因から派生したものと置き換えられて、対処策もそれと同様とみなされる危険があるからだ。
If conflicts in ideology can be resolved through debate, then they're peaceful. If those conflicts occur epidemically, they become frightening. Yeah. Okay. And if one were to treat bad thoughts or the spread of culture as an epidemic?
中世の歴史に登場するペストなどを想像しなさい。
Starting this chapter kind of deep, huh?
悪い伝染病が大流行する。その患者を強制的に入院させ、完治するまで退院させない。完治できず、そのまま病院で死んでしまうこともある。すると、その死体は焦燥となる。さらに、患者が触れたものまで衛生のため、すべて没収して焼き捨てる。身近の家族にも感染の疑いがあるから、強制的に入院させねばならん。
So they'd hospitalize healthy people over individual ideas.
思想を病気と置き換えなさい。
Okay, I guess I see the point of that, like, metaphor. Right there, like, talking about they suspected families of infection and forced them into hospitals, right, over the individual, like others were affected and quarantined. Replace an idea with a disease, the rest is the same.
完治するまで退院させない。触れたものは感染の疑いがあるから全て焼き捨てる。家族にも感染の疑いがあるから強制入院。
でも思想なんて個人の自由なんでしょ？
In theory.
ペストとは違う。
If an idea was created by parasites, it would be exactly the same as a plague.
つまり思想は治療不可能な伝染病と置き換えられるわけだ。
So you mean anyone with a different idea is treated like they have a disease?
そういうことだ。この考えを延長すると、無差別、そして無秩序な大量虐殺が起こる。
This is an interesting
そう
segment.
すると、人類は大規模な粛清を肯定してしまう論調になりかねん。だから、脳内で宿主を支配する生命体を語ることは、今の時代ではタブーになっているのだ。
タブーって？
触れてはならない、考えてもならないということだな。だから誰も研究せん。いや、それどころか、脳内に侵入し影響を及ぼす存在がいると考えることすら忘れられている。万物の長たる霊長類を支配する未知の生命体などいるはずがないと頭から決めつけている。
なんだかお粗末な話。いないことの証明なんて悪魔の証明。
That's fair.
絶対に不可能なのに。
その通り。
You're not wrong.
悪魔がいることを証明することはたやすい。悪魔を連れてくればいいのだからな。
Proving that he doesn't is a lot more difficult.
だが、いないことを証明することはできん。いないを連れてくることなどできんのだからな。
なんだか脳を支配する生命体が自分たちの存在を秘密にするためにその宿主の人間たちを操っているみたい。
Me and my grandfather shared a happy laugh together.
人間も自然界の生き物の一つに過ぎん。食物連鎖の頂点にいるだけで、それをもって神格化された存在であると思い込むなど愚かしいことなのだ。人とてあらゆる微生物やウイルスに支配されうるのだ。その存在が今日まで発見されていないからといって、それをもって存在しないという証拠にはならん。絶対に存在する。必ず存在するのだ。
科学の世界にもたくさん存在が仮定されていて、そのずっと未来にそれが証明されたものがあるんだもんね。
So she speak through a radio.
そうだ。それらの仮定をした科学者が全て生きているうちに評価を受けられたわけではない。
So are they gonna go with this being part of like her motive somehow? As it was like because of her grandfather and like to recognize the work he did type thing?
世まいごとだと呆れられ、その正しさを証明できなかった科学者も大勢いたのだ。
でもおじいちゃんは生きているうちに証明されるといいね。
Oh.
じゃなかったらおじいちゃんがかわいそう。
大丈夫だよ。神様は努力する者を見捨てたりはしない。
That line's gonna stick with her.
努力は必ずいつか結実するのだ。
いつかってそれはいつ？
神がいつ降臨されるのかは誰も知らない。それは例えるなら泥棒がいつ訪れるのかわからないように。だから予期せずしてその時を迎えて不信心であったことに歯ぎしりすることがないよう常に目を覚ましていなさい。
That was something that my grandfather said all the time. Nobody knows when efforts will bear fruit, but it will happen one day. That's why you must always work hard, so you have no regrets when the time comes. Your efforts will bear fruit someday. That's what he meant.
でもおじいちゃんが生きているうちに絶対に努力が実る？生きてるうちに認められなかった科学者がたくさんいるのに？
That was such a cruel thing to say, but I didn't mean to be cruel. I had seen how hard my grandfather had been working, and I also knew he wouldn't live forever. I just wanted his work to gain recognition before he died. Do you know of the resurrection of Jesus Christ? Yeah, He was crucified and resurrected after 3 days. You told me about it. How do you think Jesus was resurrected? Didn't he just get up as if he was waking up in the morning? He was buried after his execution, so his body was in the ground. Did he break open the tombstone and crawl out like a zombie? No. That wouldn't be called a resurrection. The sinners who killed Jesus imagined exactly the same thing. Jesus predicted just before he was executed that he would come back to life after 3 days. The sinners buried Jesus, sealed his tomb, and posted guards to watch over it. But what Jesus meant wasn't that he would resurrect physically. He meant his teachings would be resurrected. After 3 days, Jesus' teachings were resurrected, and people regained their belief. The hearts of those who wanted to be shown the proper way revived his teachings. That's what the resurrection of Jesus is all about. He came back to life in the hearts of his believers. Jesus doesn't exist physically on this earth, but he exists in people's hearts. In other words, that's when Jesus became an existence superior to humans. I see. Interesting.
たとえ死後であっても正当な評価を受けられたなら、その偉業は必ずやよみがえる。
Well, I'm starting to see where Takano got a lot of her her ideologies from.
その時私の体が朽ち果ててしまっていても、私の存在はよみがえって評価を受けるのだ。
それはおじいちゃんが神様になったということ？
そうだよ。私の研究はいつか必ず認められる。その時、おじいちゃんは神様になれるということなんだよ。だから自分が生きているうちに評価されることに焦る必要はないのだ。その時が訪れるのが私が生きているうちなのか、そうでないのか、それは神様にもわからない。だがその日は必ず訪れる。だからその日の訪れを疑うことなく、ひたすらに努力を続けなくてはならないのだよ。
It was very sad to hear my grandfather say that his life would end one day. He wasn't ill, and he didn't only have a few years left to live, but set next to the average lifespan, his remaining years didn't look like much. The only person left in my life was my grandfather, so I didn't even want to consider what it would be like with him gone. Grandfather must have remembered that I didn't like to talk about that subject. With a tender smile, he gently patted my head.
もちろんおじいちゃんも自分が生きているうちに研究を認めてもらいたい。だから精一杯頑張るよ。
私もおじいちゃんが世界中の人に褒めてもらえるようにいっぱいいっぱいお手伝いする。
I'm already seeing the direction we're going with this. I purposefully didn't mention the before you die part. I caught myself before I said it.
ありがとう。嬉しいぞ。
Grandfather smiled in satisfaction. His research wasn't exactly outrageous. He wasn't trying to uncover the mysteries of the universe. He was only searching for the possibility that parasites could be responsible for human behavior. Nothing more than that. Nothing outrageous. It really wasn't a wild idea, but we even had some leads. Inuizawa Village, Shishibane City, XX Prefecture. The villagers there are possessed by a powerful homesickness. When they're unable to return, they allegedly behave abnormally, as if they're cursed. There are also some bizarre rules in place in the village, based on their belief system. When he was working with the military during the war, why did I say my war? My grandfather noticed similarities between the people in Hinamizawa, and assumed that some kind of existence was responsible for their odd behavior. He'd been researching it ever since then. In the middle of the 20th century, numerous strange diseases were discovered all over Japan. Most of them were caused by infectious parasites, and people started to pay attention to this forgotten field of study. Grandfather's research was simply one of those investigations into such diseases. Therefore, he believed it would be published amongst other research and attain recognition soon. But if his research didn't bear fruit before his death, I wanted to continue it. I wanted to continue his research. Grandfather taught me, a resurrection isn't something that happens physically. It's when your life's work is appreciated. That's what he meant by resurrection. So, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that this idea just gradually twists into what we see in Chapter 7. That's when he'll become a god. So when my grandfather dies, he'll still be with me forever. I wouldn't have to be alone ever again. I'll always be with my grandpa. our works will gain recognition, and we'll both become gods. We will both become gods, gaining eternal peace. I will make my grandfather into a god. I will become a god. Therefore, we will be granted eternity. We'll be together forever and ever. That's an interesting way to start this. That was an interesting section. Where are we at now? What an interesting section. A lot of like kind of deep talk there at the beginning, with the whole like section regarding ideology and how parasites can kind of control ideology, and how ideas can kind of be like likened to a disease in some ways, and the like. What are the words I'm looking for? I mean, they compared it to hospitals right here, right? You know, it hospital healthy people over individuals. And you can replace an idea with a disease, and the rest is the same, right? So this whole section about the bubonic plague, right? With the disease spreading, make that an idea spreads. They forced people who like believe in this like idea, and this is the way Hifumi sees things, right? Those with these ideas are forced to not have them anymore. This is a thing that happens, right? Like, I mean, culture and ideas are repressed and like eliminated in ways like this at times, right? Like through history, you know, and that's kind of what they're alluding to here, which is kind of interesting. But, I mean, the real interesting, like, obviously the more interesting part to me was the whole bit about like them studying parasites, and specifically Hinamizawa, because they believe that parasites can control humans, despite the fact that some people want to say they can't. And this whole idea of Hifumi is that even if this work doesn't bear fruit during his lifetime, that as long as eventually, right, this bears fruit, they'll live on as a god. Their ideas will be remembered, right? And they likened it to Jesus, who they say didn't rise physically, and instead it was like they lived on in the hearts of the followers. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a Christian. I don't know Christian lore like that. I don't know if that's like the actual explanation or not. But clearly that's what Hifumi believes, is that it was a more symbolic resurrection, and that by their ideas spreading, and you know, I mean, I don't remember exactly where it was, but basically, like, say their work gets published, right, and people see it, they'll live on as a god, right? And we see that Takano, she's obsessed with this idea of becoming a god, right? That was her whole thing in chapter 7. So I think it's natural to assume like this started as an innocent idea of like, I want to help my grandfather live on and gain the recognition that he deserved, to whatever it turns into in chapter 7. In this chapter, we're going to see how it twisted it into that, right? Among other things, I'd assume. But it's interesting, like seeing how it started so innocent. I was looking at the key on a keychain. The key was labeled Hen House, but the lock Eriko was trying to open didn't belong to that door. It should have opened effortlessly. At least that's what was supposed to happen. But it didn't open. I noticed beads of sweat forming on Eriko's forehead. She was the one who came up with this idea. Eriko was starting to panic. The rest of us started to panic too. This only opens the hen house. Let's stop. Let's go back. Shush. We were supposed to be cleaning out the hen house. If they found us back here, if they found out why we were here and why we were trying to open up the lock to the back door, all 4 of us were sure to be sentenced to splayed piggy. What the hell does that mean? I know it can't be good, but don't panic, Eriko. That key opens this lock, right? You already tried it, right? Will you shut up for a minute? This is the right key. It's just hard to open, that's all. She was almost shrieking. Our hearts were pounding loudly. It was as though the sound of our heartbeats was echoing throughout the hallway. And at that point, we heard footsteps that didn't belong to a child. Shush! Somebody's coming. The 3 of us held our breath, but Eriko didn't hear it. She kept fussing with the lock and the key. as if everything would be okay if she could just open the lock. Eriko, somebody's coming. Be quiet. I know this is the right key. I'm not dreaming. I already tried it and it opened. Come on, why isn't this working? When this lock is open, we can be happy and we could say goodbye to this hell. Is this like this kind of reminds me of the beginning of chapter 5 is something I wanted to say earlier with Shion like running away, and I wonder if this is like a parallel to that. Eriko, someone's coming. Interesting. Like I said, that reminds me a lot of the beginning of chapter 5. Oh, okay. I'm sure we're going to go back to that scene and see where it progressed. I'm guessing they must have got caught there and something happened, possibly something traumatic and life-changing. Okay. My father and mother died. I don't know exactly how old they were. I was too young to remember. They went shopping without me, and that must be why they were punished. It was a train accident, but what a terrible disaster. A lot of people died in that incident. But maybe my father was one of the lucky ones. He was still alive when he arrived at the hospital, so he was able to share his final words with me. My mother died instantly.
お父さんお父さんお父さんお父さん
I didn't want to admit that this person I could hardly recognize was my father. As I called out to him, I hoped that it was someone else instead. But, unfortunately, it was my father. Maybe I shouldn't have woken him, because when I woke him up, he was reminded of the miserable agony that he had forgotten.
お父さんお父さんお父さんお父さん
He tried to move his right arm so he could pat my head, but his arm was wrapped in bandages and his hand was no longer there. I couldn't find his hand anywhere on the bed. I only had scary memories of his right hand. Its main job was to slap me when I did something bad, but I never wished it to be gone. Besides, that hand also patted my head, even though that only happened a few times. It was a big, warm hand, and it stroked my head very gently. But no matter what good deeds I did, he could no longer rub my head. No. His hand was the least of his worries. He had to go into emergency surgery. The doctors already warned me that the chance of him surviving was very low. That was why I was allowed to see him, regardless of his condition. And not only could he no longer rub my head, he might be gone forever.
お父さん手術できっと良くなるよねお父さんきっと元気になれるよねなれるよね
We're definitely getting a tragic Takano backstory, huh? After my talk for being in it for the love of the game. Not to say that that's a bad thing. Like I said, I typically prefer villains who have some kind of interesting backstory. It doesn't make her any less despicable, of course, is the thing.
よく聞きなさい。お父さんはダメかもしれない。もしもお父さんが死んでも、お前はしっかり生きるんだよ。
やだやだお父さんは元気になるよお医者様がちゃんと手術してくれるもんだから死んだりなんかしないんだよ
I mean, you can't expect a kid to say anything different. He was a stubborn and old-fashioned father. He believed endurance was a virtue, and he never complained about anything. That was why I couldn't believe he actually said he might not make it. Yeah, when a person like that says they're not going to make it, that's a pretty bad sign. I tried desperately to deny his words, but even that wish wouldn't prolong his life. My father, knowing his time was limited, tried to tell me some important things, but I interrupted his efforts by crying like a baby. I just wanted him to slap me, just like he used to do every time I cried like a baby. He would never slap me again.
よく聞きなさい。お父さんもお母さんも親類というものがいない。だからお父さんが死んだらお前の世話をしてくれる人は誰もいない。
You didn't need to tell me that. My parents used to tell me that all the time, so I was aware of that fact. In other words, my father was the only relative I had left in this entire world.
もしもな、お父さんが死んだら高野先生を頼りなさい。高野
ひふみ先生だよ。
I see. So it's not like your actual granddad. That's... Oh my god, bro. Bro, that's depressing.
言ってみなさい。
I don't know, specifically knowing that her changing her name makes it pretty clear how close she is with Dr. Hifumi Takano, right? Wow. Dude, this is already hitting. Like, I don't know. Like, it was already clear how much she cared for her grandfather just off of that intro section and realizing the way her ideas twisted because of that attempt to turn them both into gods, right? But also knowing, like, I don't know, this makes it even more clear, and that kind of hurts a little bit.
Takano... Hifumi?
そうだ。高野、ひふみ先生だよ。高野先生はお父さんの恩師なんだ。きっとお前を助け。
お父さん、お父さん、お父さん、お父さん!
Many doctors came into the room in a hurry. He wanted to tell me something else, but the doctor stopped him from talking, so I wasn't able to hear him. I was kicked out of the room. I didn't know what to do, and nobody told me how my father was doing or when the surgery was going to start. And nobody told me that was going to be the last conversation I ever had with my father. Jeez, man. We're just jumping around. I think I asked people at the government office about Dr. Takano. They'd asked me if I knew his phone number. I said I didn't. Then they didn't ask me anything further. Sometimes they told me they'd look into it, but nothing led to anything. They couldn't find me a guardian, so I ended up going to an orphanage. At the time, there were plenty of orphans from the war, so although there were many orphanages around, they were all full. There were also some orphanages run by civilians. I was sent to one of those civilian orphanages. There was no profit to be had in taking in an orphan in the first place, so I thought the civilians who were running orphanages must have been very good people. I was sure they hoped that the children would grow in this loving environment and enter into a society with a sense of gratitude. But reality isn't so kind. How many children in this world can actually express their gratitude towards their parents in the first place? Children are supposed to be nurtured by their parents' love. Therefore, when that environment is destroyed, their hearts are wounded. Every child has his or her own personality. Receiving affection doesn't guarantee that a child will become someone angelic. Not everyone's heart can be healed. That was why there were some problem kids at the orphanage. Maybe I shouldn't call them problem kids, though. The sadness and despair of losing their parents, and the anger at having to hide such feelings filled those kids' hearts. Spending time individually with the children could have solved their problems, but at the orphanage where I was, none of the staff members even tried to spend time with them or put in an effort to understand them. All they could do was make sure that the kids followed the rules. Therefore, they can only see the children's emotional pleas for help as problems. In this world, nobody expresses love without expecting something in return. Yeah, she's already getting twisted because of the things she's had to go through. The person who founded that orphanage was expecting something in return as well. He wanted the children to appreciate him. That was why such a faint dream was destroyed by cruel reality. The children called the orphanage a prison, and nobody appreciated the staff at all. In fact, all they did was complain. So I'm guessing that was them trying to break out earlier. That made the staff slowly realize that love alone couldn't run a facility like that. Just like how the children called it a prison, the staff started to recognize the facility as a prison too. It was a chain reaction resulting from mistrust on both sides. The staff bound the children with rules so they could suppress problem behavior. There's a framed picture of the founder of this orphanage, but I'd never seen him in person. Was he satisfied with the fact that he put his own money into this social service? Or maybe he finally realized his dream of being surrounded by angelic children, being celebrated for what he did, was simply that. A dream? I don't know. But there's one thing I'm certain of. Such a dream didn't exist at the orphanage. There were so many rules and several plausible standards outlined for us, but the most valued one was silence. Children's chatter tends to increase each other's volume, just like mics drawing closer. But sometimes that leads to fights and the disturbance of order, so children were forbidden from speaking with each other. Goodness! With those disallowed, they must have thought things would go smoothly. However, I think I always heard people's voices at the orphanage. There were two kinds of voices. One was the staff yelling, and the other was the children crying. Jesus, man. We were not allowed to walk around inside of the orphanage freely, so we never knew who it was that was crying. One time, along with the crying and yelling, we heard the noise of metallic things being smashed against each other. We knew it was some kind of punishment, but there was no way for us to even imagine what it was. We trembled, pretended we didn't hear anything, and kept working on our assignments. One of my roommates told me it was the casket punishment. But she didn't tell me any further, and I didn't want to know either. Even if we behaved exactly the same way as yesterday, if the staff were in a bad mood, they might pick on us. So even if I didn't want to know, I might suddenly find out what the casket punishment is one day. The footsteps of a staff member were getting closer. We noticed them, so we straightened our backs and pretended we were studying hard. It was more important that the staff saw us doing so than us actually getting any work done. I noticed the girl next to me was falling asleep, so I poked her with my elbow. She noticed my signal and straightened her back like the other children. It was almost evening. This was the hardest time for us to keep ourselves awake, and the most dangerous time. The door to our room opened and a mean-looking man showed up. Then he looked around to make sure none of us were falling asleep. Even if we were actually studying hard, if we thought we were asleep, we were out. That was why we had to make sure we appeared to be studying very hard. The man walked around our desks. I hoped he would just walk by me. That was what we all prayed, as we kept working on our homework. The more we pretended to study hard, the more we could hear the sound of metal objects. The sound of metal objects crashing into each other, along with screams. I couldn't even imagine what the poor subject of that punishment was going through. Maybe there was something even worse than the casket punishment. To erase such fears, we tried to concentrate even harder on our work. We kept working, as the metal sounds and the screams went on forever. Goodness gracious, man. I mean, no wonder she turned into the type of person she is. Right? I mean, not to say that this kind of environment is a guarantee that you become a horrible person, right? But this environment, you're certainly a lot more likely to not become a very good person, right? And to, like, I don't know. For a lot of your beliefs to become very warped. I mean, we can already see her beliefs becoming warped, because while she's obviously in a terrible environment, so I understand why she thinks that way, but, I mean, just something basic, like, where was it? Right around here. In this world, nobody expresses love without expecting something in return. Which, I mean, you can already tell her worldview is pretty warped, right? Like, because of the experiences she's going through. And I assume it's going to continue to get worse. And then it gradually gets better when she's with Hifumi Takano. And then when he eventually dies, and especially if his research is blown off, right? And then he dies, then it's going to get really bad. And obviously, I think that could lead to where she is now. Which is interesting. The only time we were ever allowed to exchange words with our roommates was right after turning the lights off to go to bed. Being located in the middle of the mountains, the orphanage was very quiet at night. After making sure the staff members were far enough away from our room, we enjoyed talking amongst ourselves. It was the only leisure time allowed to us. Though it wasn't anything nice like enjoying pleasant conversation. Why? Because we mostly talked about others behind their backs. We spoke of things like that member of staff is only strict or unfair or malicious towards this person, and so on. We just repeated those topics forever until someone couldn't keep themselves awake anymore. We even discussed how we could get back at the staff, and we took revenge on all of them in our own imagination. Some kids even started to cry when talking about it, difficult as it was for us. Although the subjects we spoke of were negative, talking about them was the only way to vent our frustration. And even though we felt despair about tomorrow, we were able to fall asleep. But sometimes a different subject popped up. It was about Yurigaoka? Yurigaoka. House of Love and Mercy on the other side of the river. That word cooked me. GAO. Because I assume they... I mean, in English, that would just be Goka, right? The Yuri Goka. Okay, whatever. That word cooked me. We can admit it. We all know I'm not a master of the Japanese language. Anyways, it was about the Yurigaoka House of Love and Mercy on the other side of the river. Yeah, over there, I hear they get not only nap time, but snack time too. Plus, their president is a very nice person. So they're all, like, upset about their fortune to be stuck in this orphanage, right, while the other one seems to be good, based on what they hear. The House of Love and Mercy was a privately run orphanage, just like the one I was at. It was a very kind facility, unlike ours. It seemed like a fantasy land compared to our current environment. A few years before, when this place was a lot worse, a few children tried to escape. It was hard to believe there was a time when this orphanage was even worse to live at. Supposedly, 3 or 4 people tried to escape. I don't know the exact number, though. They headed to the House of Love and Mercy. Their escape was a success. Except for one unlucky child, they were able to get to the property of the House of Love and Mercy. I guess the staff couldn't follow them into the other orphanage's property. In other words, the other facility's property had to be out of their jurisdiction. The staff were frustrated that kids got away from them, and they dragged the one they caught back here. I'm sure they wanted to bring back the others who got away from them too. I'm certain the staff were determined not to let a single one escape. It was easy to see the determination and the obstinate way they locked the place up after that event. But they were never able to bring back the ones that got away, and no matter how much the staff were mortified, they couldn't reclaim the children and punish them. In other words, if you could make it to the House of Love and Mercy, then you could escape the evil clutches of this hell. On the other hand, the one they caught went through such misery afterwards. Yet the exact details of how he was punished were never passed down. All that remained were ominous phrases left by those who knew him at the time. The drowned ducky, the mashed caterpillar, the splayed piggy. I can't even imagine what kind of punishments they were. The only thing I can say is that those punishments were supposed to be far more harsh than the casket punishment, which was the most cruel punishment I knew at the time. I can only imagine how horrible those punishments were from their ominous names. After that, the captured kid's wish came true, and he was able to leave the orphanage. He was able to leave this orphanage safely and enjoy his freedom while breathing in fresh air under the blue sky. Well, according to the rumors, that wasn't what happened at all. While he was playing in the boiler room, he slipped and fell, injured his brain, and died. Oh my god, man! Jesus! The children were instructed not to go into the boiler room after that incident. Everyone knew the boiler room was always locked. So everyone knew he was killed. And not just that. He was killed after being tortured. He was killed to teach the other children that they would face hell on earth if they tried to escape. Jesus Christ! Yet those who faced that risk and made it out obtained ordinary, average lives full of love and mercy's namesake, which were far better conditions than we lived in here. Maybe the House of Love and Mercy was really heaven. Maybe all the orphanages are pretty much the same. But compared to my orphanage, I bet anything else would have been better. Even if someone escaped successfully, the police would catch him, and he'd be sent back to the orphanage, which would be pretty much the same as being killed. However, if he could reach the House of Love and Mercy, they'd take him in. They wouldn't send him back. By talking about escaping to the House of Love and Mercy, we were trying to forget how cruel reality was to us. Then one day, the leader of our group, Eriko, said to us quietly, "Would you try to escape if you had a chance to?" Who didn't want to escape from here? It was a rather foolish question, but that wasn't what she meant. If there was a chance to escape, would you take that chance, knowing what you had to go through if you got caught? That was what she meant. Not one of us could answer immediately. If the previous escape incident was a total success, then we might have thought differently. But after that, the orphanage had tightened up security to prevent runaways. All of the doors and windows were locked heavily, and it wouldn't be at all easy to get out. Even if another group escape was planned, the success rate would be very low. Oh man, yeah, so failed escape and she's gonna get, like, tortured, isn't she? Are we gonna see, like, a Chapter 5 type torture scene here? 3 escaped and 1 was caught before. Maybe 2 would be caught next time. No, maybe everyone would be. If I could, I'd want to escape. The House of Love and Mercy is so far away. The bridge is long, too, but we'll all be caught before we get there. Besides, we can't even go outside. Everything is locked up. There were locks all over the orphanage. To escape, you need a key for both the inside and the outside. And after the lights were turned off, even each section of the hallway was individually locked. Make no mistake, this was a prison. According to the rumors, orphanages receive government funding depending on the number of children they house. So, if anyone escapes, they lose money. Also, if we were to expose the conditions at the orphanage, they would end up being inspected, and things would get complicated for them. That was why they were so intent on keeping us locked up. Sure, if there was a chance, I would want to escape. But realistically, there's no way we could. Every door is locked. Well, did you know? The hen house in the courtyard uses the same key as the door to the back stairs. Eh? Really? Shh! Eriko shushed us. Sometimes mass-produced locks take the same key. Of course, most places use different types of locks so that this won't happen, but the staff of the orphanage must have overlooked it. So there were 2 locks that used the same key at the orphanage. However, most of us never had a chance to even touch the keys. But there were a few exceptions. Bro, is this going to be like an inside job? Bro, surely not, right? Like, was this whole talk of the keys working on both, like, a setup to try to get some, like, escapees caught, is what I'm wondering, or was this a genuine, like, accident? But there were a few exceptions. One of those was the hen house. Each room group took turns taking care of different chores. If your group was assigned to clean the hen house, you'd have to get the key to it from the teacher's office. You were supposed to return the key immediately after you were done. But while taking care of the hen house, the key was in the children's hands. While the staff would occasionally come around to check, they couldn't keep an eye on us forever. Eriko-chan, you aren't thinking about using that key, are you? Let's not. It's too dangerous. Of course it's dangerous if there's only one of us, but it's different if we're in a group. Wait, why? Do you know why only one kid was caught the last time they tried to escape? They were desperate. So to escape as a group, they did something to increase the chance of success. That was why only one of them was caught. Oh my god, is Takano going to be the only one that gets caught for this? What did they do? They scattered as they ran. They dashed in different directions. They waited until the day when there were only a few people working at the orphanage and ran this way and that. And so, although it all depended on luck, it would increase the chance of success for sure. On your own, you'd probably have no hope. But if the staff were to chase after other children, then your own chance of escaping successfully would increase. In other words, Eriko was inviting us to escape with her. The more children joined, the more each of our chances would increase. But among us, there were children who tattled to the staff for their own benefit, so she had to be very careful about who she talked to. Eriko must have trusted us a lot. Eriko, me, Tomomi, and Kikuko. 4 children. Do any of you want to stay here a day longer? The 3 of us shook our heads, but at the same time, we couldn't agree to escape with her either. Of course we don't want to stay here a day longer, or even an hour longer. Even if we did exactly the same thing as we did yesterday, we might get yelled at tomorrow. I can't stand this anymore. I can't stand living in fear of what to do and what not to do so I won't be yelled at. We all feel the same way. We can endure strict rules, but it was almost impossible to endure vague ones. It wasn't too much of a stretch to say that the rules depended on the mood of the staff. This is okay, that isn't okay. Such borderline rules change daily. If we were to say anything about that, we would be treated horribly for it. I will escape, even if I have to do it alone. Like I said, the more people that join, the better our chance. Think about it. If they find out about this henhouse key trick, they're sure to change the lock on the back door. In other words, we only have one chance. So even if you regret not joining in later, it'll be too late. But, I'm scared. I'm scared too. If we get caught, we'll be killed. Tomomi and Kikuko weren't the only ones who felt afraid. The fear was perfectly understandable, because all of a sudden, the fear of the punishment that would follow had become very realistic. I'm sure Eriko felt the same way too, but her courage was suppressing her fear. Because of that, she shared her idea with us. So, do you plan to stay here forever? No way! I know you're scared, but this is the only chance we have. You have to be brave just this once. What about you, Miyoko? Don't you want to go with me? Unlike Tomomi and Kikuko, I wasn't trembling that much. Of course, I was scared in my own way, but compared to the other 2, I must have appeared rather calm. Can we really escape? Of course, Eriko couldn't guarantee our success, but I had to ask her anyway. There's no guarantee, but if you join me, I'll have a better chance of escaping than trying to run on my own. Of course, the same goes for you, too. Eriko gave a calculated reason, but I'm sure she just wanted a friend to agree with her. That was probably more important to her than increasing her chances to escape. Tomomi, Kakuko, if you're too scared, then I won't force you. Miyoko and I will escape ourselves. 2 is enough. Well... Eriko rushed the 2 of them to make up their minds. It almost looked cold, but that was her way of mustering their courage. Because it was very possible that, regardless of the outcome of our escape attempt, as our roommates, those 2 would be held responsible. It's not like we'll do it tomorrow. Our turn to take care of the hen house is in a week. We'll wait for the perfect time to do it. If we don't feel that it's safe, then we'll wait until our next turn. Be very careful. The rotation of the staff and the timing were important, but we also each had to know the way to the House of Love and Mercy. We were planning to split up, so we had to know the area. I made up my mind. Okay, I'm coming with you. Let's time our escape very carefully, okay? Of course, we'll be killed if we get caught. I don't want to die. I'll come too. Me too, me too. Tomomi and Kikuko agreed, and so we all decided to escape as a group. One of them snitched. We waited for the perfect opportunity. We waited for the day where only a few staff members were at the orphanage. And we decided to let God take care of the rest. It's open! Maybe it was the way I did it. Eriko tried to open the lock several times without success, but I got it open on the first attempt. The back door opened slowly, and we felt a cool breeze. This wasn't the world of freedom just yet. In fact, it was the exact opposite. If the staff were to find out we were here, we would be in big trouble. It was a world of danger. But unless we went through that dangerous world, we wouldn't be allowed to go any further.
Yoshi. Ikuyo.
Why did they wait until now to have a voice? I'm guessing that dialogue must have been different. Whatever. I think Eriko wanted to say that. We were planning to leave with that as our cue. What we heard instead wasn't Eriko's voice. We started to run. It was raining. We all got soaked immediately, and our clothes stuck to our skin. While that would normally be very uncomfortable, we couldn't even stop to think about that. Takano, well, I guess her name at this point isn't Takano. I guess Miyoko is... I think she's going to be the one that gets caught. But I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe she gets away and that's how she finds Hifumi Takano, right? Who knows? We'll see. We can only keep running in the rain. We were dashing on gravel, but it felt more like trudging through a muddy rice field. Or maybe she's going to be the only one that gets away. I don't know. My feet kept sinking and I couldn't pull them up. I was frustrated because no matter how fast I tried to run, I wasn't gaining any speed. I felt a sense of urgency. I heard someone yelling, "Escape!" behind me, and all I could do was run like crazy. With Eriko's cue, we all went different ways, hoping they wouldn't be coming after us. Would we be able to reunite safely at the House of Love and Mercy? All 4 of us there together. Or maybe someone would be missing. No, maybe. Everyone else would make it. And I'd be the one who gets caught. My thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a staff member coming from behind me. The staff members should have numbered fewer than us, so if I was lucky they wouldn't be coming after me. Praying that the staff voices I heard in the distance weren't after me, I looked back for a moment. If I had time to turn around, why didn't I take another step forward? Why didn't I try to escape further? As I turned around, I felt a huge hand cover my face. Its pinky finger slipped into my open mouth. The hand grabbing my face shoved me into the muddy gravel. Of course, I didn't stay quiet. I fought back, and then I saw his face. It was the scariest face I'd ever seen. I realized it immediately. He only wanted to capture me alive to use me as an example. And considering what would happen to me afterwards, killing me here on the spot wouldn't pose any problem, would it? Is this where... This might be... I wonder if she's... I kind of wonder if she's going to kill this guy. Like, and this is where she starts to... I mean, obviously she's already getting twisted, but, like, she starts to see murder as something she can just do, right? Like... Yes, he looked at me with unworldly hate, ready to end my life here and now. His pinky finger ended up touching my tongue. The indescribable, nasty taste and an icky feeling through my whole body. That's it! This is what my murder tastes like. He was going to shove that finger down my windpipe and suffocate me. And so, in order to live, I fought back in the only way I could. Something warm filled my mouth. It felt like swallowing blood after a nosebleed. I spit it from my mouth and ran without turning around, leaving behind the staff member clutching his pinky finger. I heard his roars echoing behind me. It wasn't a man that was after me. It was a beast. He had no interest in capturing me. His only goal was to see me dead. My shoes had slipped off. They weren't sneakers, so they came off easily while I was running like mad. My bare feet struck the gravel over and over. It was painful, but I didn't care, because if I stopped, I knew what would happen to me. Tree branches cut my face and barbed wires scratched my thighs. My feet and toes were bloody from running on gravel. The blood from the staff member's pinky finger dripped down from my mouth, staining my chin and chest. I was running for my life with scratches and cuts all over my body. If I were to get caught, I would be killed. If my pursuer had any sense, then I would be killed after being tortured. But if he didn't, I would be killed on the spot. I don't want to be killed. I don't want to be killed. My lungs and heart were about to explode. My mind was blank from fear and lack of oxygen. I was about to lose consciousness. I might have given in. I didn't hear the voice of the staff member coming after me. My knees were shaking. My legs wouldn't move properly. I felt like I was going to fall like a puppet with its strings cut. But I couldn't fall. I couldn't fall just yet. It was too late. My face had hit the gravel. I felt the awful sensation of falling. And immediately after, the roar of the beast coming from behind me. Okay, and now it's swapped to Takano, so we definitely are just dealing with a flashback here. I must have hit my thigh against the steering wheel when I jumped. I can feel the throbbing pain, delayed slightly. I'm sweating all over. I wiped the sweat on my forehead and put my hand on my chest, only then realizing how fast my heart was beating. I rubbed my thigh. I rubbed it in a straight line. That's not where I hit the steering wheel, but I feel like this is where it hurts. I can't see a scary beast in the moonlit car. I have my shoes on, and I'm not covered in blood. My toes are fine, too. Someone knocked on the window, startling me.
Sansa, 時間です。
ありがとう。
I wanted to take a nap, so I told him to come wake me up in an hour. Maybe an hour was too long. But too long a nap actually makes you tired. I put my seat back up and got out of the car. The cool breeze feels good on my skin. I only see the moon. There's nothing else to see on this mountain trail. My car and a command vehicle disguised as a trailer are parked on the side of the street. Yeah, we've flashed forward quite a bit. I can still feel that bad taste in my mouth, but I wonder where we fast forwarded to. Or flashed forward to. I can still feel that bad taste in my mouth. I spat it out on the side of the street, but even that couldn't get rid of it. The taste of blood, saliva, and rain. Sweat from my forehead and raindrops got into my mouth, but I couldn't swallow, so I ended up drooling. The sensation around my lips brought back memories, and I tried to wipe my mouth. Maybe I'm nervous. That's why I had such a bad dream. I think there's a coffee machine in the command vehicle. An unpleasant cup of coffee will wake me up.
どう？何か動きは？
いえ、何も。先ほどジーチから定期連絡が問題なしとのことです。
そうねえ、どなたかコーヒーを入れてくださらない？
はい。ミルクと砂糖は？
ミルクだけ。あ、やっぱり砂糖も入れてくださる？
I still have a bad taste in my mouth. The feeling of biting and crushing his little finger and his filthy blood filling my mouth. I'm sure a sweeter cup of coffee will wash down that bad taste and also wake me up from my nightmare completely. This is the least amount of composure we've ever seen from Takano. Like, we've never seen her really lose her composure, but it seems like that past, like, that, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm an idiot and that's not her, but I mean, that's almost certainly her, you know, Miyoko, right? Like, I mean, we saw them talking to Takano, like Fumi Takano later. I mean, that's got to be Takano, right? Like Miyo Takano, that is. And so seeing these flashbacks, I mean, it seems like she's a lot more troubled by this than she lets on from what we've seen of her from the perspective of like Rika and Keiichi. We've never really seen her lose her composure like that. She always seems cool, calm, and collected, like disturbingly so, frankly. But seems like there's a lot deep down that like unsettles her. Interesting. Already seeing a different side of Takano. Oh wow, that didn't take long. I don't think there were even any tips, were there? No. That's different than normal. Okay, let's just go ahead and save and continue. Yeah, might be back to fairly short sub-chapters, which is, I mean, I don't have strong feelings of that. That's interesting.
Hi, Banquet yori kouhou.
I think like I already mostly talked about what I needed to talk about there. Normally I'd give a small recap of the sub-chapter there, but I mean, it was mostly like what we saw, right? Like it was just those flashbacks of Miyo Takano's past, seeing a lot of what I really probably founded her core beliefs and personality and her traumas, right? Which she definitely seems to have. She's not like some villain, like where it's like she's not like a comic book villain, like she kind of seemed, right? Like last chapter where there was absolutely no depth. I don't want to say there was no depth. There was plenty of depth to Takano, which I liked, but like mostly evil for the love of the game type scenario. It seems like there's a lot to it that led her to the point that she is now, which, you know, it's interesting. It's interesting to see. So let's just continue for now.
スピーチあと一人で乾杯に入ります。準備できてるね。
広報 OK です。内部全然聞こえないんで、スピーチが終わるタイミングでコールをお願いします。
いいかい。各宅にビールは10本ずつだよ。ちゃんと自分の縄張りにスムーズに運んでね。
Young hotel workers dressed smartly in bow ties pulled bottle after bottle out of the beer cases, preparing for the toast. They waited for their cue to serve the drinks while listening through the intercom. At a normal party, they could put bottles of beer on the table ahead of time, but if this was a lecture before the party, then they couldn't. Guests don't mind sushi going dry due to a long speech, but they don't like seeing their tables get wet with condensation from the bottles of beer. And more than anything, they certainly don't want to drink warm beer. That's why beer has to be served right before a toast. However, there's always a speech before a toast, and usually a long one. Especially at a big party like this, there are lots of guests that give speeches, so it's extremely difficult to know when to serve. For that reason, the bottles end up sitting outside by the banquet room. People end up drinking warm beer anyway. There are several dozen tables with white tablecloths on them in the banquet room. Approximately 8 people were sitting at each table, so there were at least a few hundred people in the room. The banquet room was filled with excitement. There were many plates with many different kinds of food on each table. A sushi platter, a sashimi platter, a fruit platter. Also along the wall there were cooks ready to serve fresh sashimi. All the guests appeared to be well-mannered gentlemen, and were clearly notable people in various different fields. The huge and beautiful chandelier above them clearly indicated that this hotel held a status good enough for these famous people. An elderly gentleman was giving a lengthy speech on the stage before making a toast. Usually people don't like such long speeches, especially if it's before a toast. But the guests occasionally shouted, "Yes, yes!" and sometimes gave him loud applause, filling the room with their fervor. Well, maybe fervor was a pleasant way to put it. It was probably more accurate to say their excitement was bizarre.
大体ですね。自分の国の国旗に敬意を示すなという教育をしている国が世界中のどこにあるというんですか?
I assume this is a meeting of that, like, Tokyo organization they were talking about.
ないよ。そんな国はどこにもない。日本だけなんです。そんなおかしい教育をしているのは。
そうだそうだ。
国旗や国家を強制されることは心の自由への強制? バカ言っちゃいけない。いいですか、国旗や国家を愛するというのはですね、自然に湧いてくるもんなんです。自分を知り、郷土を知り、歴史や国家を学ぶ。そうしていく中で自然に自らが日本人であることを自覚していき、日本社会の一員を担う国民としての役割を理解していく。その結果、自然と湧いてくるのが国を愛するという心なんです。ところが反日教師どもはそれを軍国主義の洗脳だとこう言っている。バカ言っちゃいけない。そう言ってる連中がやってることは何ですか。これから日本を背負っていく子供たちに反日妄想をすり込み、自虐教育で洗脳している。日本は恥ずべき国で、貴様らはその国に生まれた恥ずべき人間であると国家をないがしろにし、自分の生まれた国を否定せよと、そんなことを吹き込んでいるわけです。
Yeah, I mean, this exact type of speech is basically exactly what I expected.
無垢な子供たちはそれをそのまま鵜呑みにし、何の裏付けもなく信じてしまう。そりゃ当たり前です。学校は学ぶところなんですよ。そこで教師がそうだと教えれば、子供たちは何の疑いもなく信じるんです。こんな卑劣な話がありますか。今こそ日本の教育を私たちは体を張って守らなければならない時なのです。
The sound of applause filled the banquet room. All the gentlemen agreed and expressed that they felt the same way by cheering him on. After that, a gentleman wearing a cloth sash approached the stage. The hall welcomed him onto the stage with another round of thunderous applause. A rousing theme from a popular drama series played as he took the stage, but it was entirely unnecessary before the overwhelming applause. The man's sash carried his name written in large letters, along with the name of the prefecture he was running for office in.
夕刻の同志丸山〇〇くんを皆さんにご紹介いたします。彼丸山くんは長年前知事の下で知事室長を務め、その懐刀として長いこと県政を支えてまいりました。この度前知事が高齢により勇退を決意され、その後任として指名されたのが
私の県にも実に悔しいことに反日教師が何人もおります。教育の自由、心の自由などと謳いながら子供たちに反日教育をシャーシャーと強いている。正しい歴史を伝えず、連中お得意の捏造と歪曲で日大東亜共栄圏の真の意味やアジアを白人支配から解放しようとアジア各国のために血を流してくださった勇士たちのことは伝えようともしない。戦前どれだけのアジアの国が白人植民地であったか、そして日本がアジア解放に立ち上がり、戦後どれだけの国が自治を回復したか、その意味すらも伝えようともしない。
I don't know enough about Japanese history, especially directly after World War II, to say whether this is a reasonable take or if this is like wildly national. I mean, it's obviously nationalistic, but wildly so and completely unreasonable levels. I'm assuming it's unreasonable levels, but I don't actually know. This could be reasonable. I don't know how true a lot of this stuff is. I'd have to actually look into that real history. But based on things like the way these voices are, I don't know. It sounds like it's not supposed to be taken as literal 100% factual, like this is just true.
そんな連中が真剣に教育を考える教師たちの中に混じり込み、神聖な学者を汚し続けていることにはもう我慢がなりません。私丸山〇〇は県知事に就任し、そういったクズのもを全て通用し、県の教育を正し 日本の将来を担うことができる健全な若者たちを育てることができる環境を取り戻すことで日本再生100年の経営の礎を築いていく覚悟であります。
彼丸山〇〇君は来年の県知事選挙に立候補いたします。どうか皆さん温かい応援とみなぎるお力で彼丸山〇〇君をどうか男にしてやってください。
丸山〇〇、日本の教育を正してまいります。どうかよろしくお願いいたします。
He sounds real thankful, bro. Again, the banquet room filled with applause. The man was receiving a standing ovation. I need to explain a bit about this banquet before you misunderstand. It wasn't the conference of a political association, or a lecture by a political candidate. It was hard to believe, but this was nothing more than a meeting of a college's alumni association. Oh, wow. Everyone should be familiar with what those are. Whether it's elementary school, junior high school, or college, once you graduate from one of those, you normally belong to an organization of alumni. You receive invitations for reunions where you enjoy talking about the good old days. However, there are many different types of such organizations. Some are simple, and some are united with much tighter bonds. And once an organization becomes united with those tight bonds, it's no longer a simple organization of alumni. Rather, it becomes a significant faction known as alma mater clique. In Japanese society, it's traditional for graduates to form tighter bonds that go beyond the level of an organization. Also, the more superior the alma mater, the stronger the tendency that tendency holds true. Imperial University, one of the best universities in the country, is famous for the deep bonds its graduates form. Why do superior people like to bond? It may be because they take pride in being superior, but more than that, maintaining connections is the most significant reason. All Imperial University graduates are elites in their respective fields. They're likely to succeed and become important people. Oh, when they do, the unity of their alumni association gains immeasurable meaning. In fact, even today, the Imperial University graduates maintain their tight academic clique. They hold greater influence throughout many different fields. They interact with other universities as well, so the graduates' bonds are extremely tight, even today. Additionally, while Imperial University usually refers to the University of Tokyo, sometimes it's used to mean all 7 major universities in Japan. They're located in Tokyo, Kyoto, Tohoku, Kyushu, Hokkaido, Osaka, and Nagoya. They're all great schools. There happens to be an organization of alumni that includes all of those 7 universities. The elderly gentlemen in this banquet room were each from one of those organizations. However, not every graduate would get an invitation here automatically. It is a society of select gentlemen, and in order to become a member, one must first fulfill several conditions, such as recommendations from an existing member, contribution to the society, possession of status, and so forth. Therefore, all the members are important people from different fields, and obviously the power of this organization is of a political nature. But there's one more very important criterion one has to meet to join. Strong patriotism, a heart that longs to contribute to Japan in its rebirth. As a result, this organization has become extremely nationalistic. Up on the stage, the candidate for the prefectural governorship was still talking passionately, and among those elderly gentlemen in the crowd, Takano can be found. Takano seemed used to this kind of conference and seemed unsurprised at anything that was said, but at the same time, she looked rather fed up with it. Okay, I didn't know which Takano they meant. I kind of thought they meant Hifumi, but as she was in attendance, she must have been one of their members, which meant she possessed not only an extremely excellent academic background, but that the older gentleman here had acknowledged her equivalent contributions to society, and that she possessed strong patriotism. However, her academic background was the only qualification she had met to join. She was only able to join as a special case because of her connections. She didn't even hold prejudiced ideas like the other members did. Okay, so this is them straight up saying that this is, not, low-key a good group, which I didn't think it was, really, but, I was like, I don't actually know enough about Japanese history to be like, no, you're 100% wrong, right? That's not the real history of Japan, right? I can't say that, I don't know. So, why was she here today? Probably because of the same reason as the man giving a speech up on stage. The man on the stage didn't actually have prejudiced ideas, much like Takano. He only prepared a speech that he knew the guests would like. Politicians only want votes. Each and every person has a vote, but appealing to each one of them takes too long. So the most efficient way is to appeal to organizations with a unified idea and a unified will. In other words, this man was giving this speech so he can garner support from those powerful people. The elderly gentlemen in the banquet room will then do their best to support him, since he appears to share their ideals. They can offer many different kinds of expediency, support, and assistance, to an outrageous degree, I might add. If the day's events continued in the same way, the organization would likely decide to officially support him. They'll probably give him a great deal of financial aid. They'll assist him in different ways as well. Of course, the man on the stage won't be the only one gaining something. When he wins the election and becomes a governor next year, the organization will welcome the governor as a new member and gain even more political influence. And eventually, the organization will become so powerful that nobody can ignore it. Those of you reading this right now probably get the sense that they're no mere alumni association. You'd be absolutely right. After reaching this level, they were a fine syndicate. No, it would be a secret society if the group wasn't so open about its activities. Now, I'm sure some of you readers are brushing this off, thinking there's no way such a suspicious organization could exist in Japan, but everything I've explained is entirely true. There are several such influential groups and organizations within our society. You need to understand that they hold powerful political clout and influence our national policies. Some are alma mater cliques like the one I've described above. Others are scientific societies serving different parties, industrial groups, advisory committees, religious organizations, community service groups, and so forth. Also, there are right wings and left wings, the hawk and the dove. I won't go listing their specific names here. You've probably read them every now and then in your average newspaper. In Japan, the terms for such forces aren't very common. Most of you readers probably think of a suspicious organization wearing white hoods when you hear the phrase secret society and laugh it off. I think Illuminati. But unfortunately, that's a huge mistake. In America, where there's far more territory and citizens, there's way more groups like that, and they possess such vast influence that ignoring them is impossible. So the term they use for such forces doesn't apply to those on the scale of this syndicate. Sometimes people say that such groups have more power than the White House, and they're referred to as the shadow government. Even here in Japan, we had a shadow government before the war, our Zaibatsu. After we lost the war, the GHQ dismantled those blocks, but 40 years have passed since then. There's no guarantee our country hasn't given birth to another shadow government, given how good we are at collusion, groundwork, and backroom deals. Miyo Takano was, in fact, attending a conference of such a shadow government. It might appear to be a guest house at a huge golf course. There were no golfers in sight, but by appearances that must be it. But appearances can be deceiving. This wasn't a golf course, but a huge backyard. The guest house was, in fact, a very stylish mansion. Normal people would be surprised to learn this was a private residence. The interior of the building was as lavish as the exterior. There were beautiful carpets on every floor, expensive-looking decorations on the wall, and expensive-looking bottles of alcohol on the shelves. Is this my Umineko preview, bro? I don't actually think so, but that's the kind of room Takano was in. And there was a knock at the door, and an old man in a wheelchair and a young woman pushing it entered. As Takano stood up to bow, the old man stopped her by raising his right hand. Seen this name, right? Pretty sure that I have.
いつでも遊びに来なさいと言っとるのに。
そのお言葉だけで光栄ですわ、小泉先生。
The old man sat down on the sofa with assistance from the woman. He was very old, his face was covered in wrinkles, and he could hardly do anything on his own. Even so, he still held a great deal of power and influence.
相変わらずお盛んですわね。首筋、口紅がついておりますわよ。
ほ、それ本当かね。やれやれ、これはお恥ずかしいの。
There was no lipstick on his neck. The woman who was helping him with his wheelchair was too beautiful to be a mere helper, so Takano had suspected something. As it turned out, her guess was correct. That's funny. That's awesome, bro. She was like, I know what's going down. Son's gonna make this up and he's gonna confirm something for me. Although he was so old that he could die the next day, he wanted to stay sexually active until the very end. Even the Grim Reaper would think that's just absurd.
ミオちゃんもいつの間にかすっかり美人さんに成長したの。いつまでも小さいと思っとったらいつの間にの。
ご冗談を本当にそう思われていたら、私のお尻を撫でようなんてなさいませんわ。
Old pervert, bro.
老い先短い年寄りに触らせても減るもんではないに。
Bro.
私よりももっと柔らかいお尻を散々撫でておいでのくせに。
Bro, what am I reading? Let's get down to real business. Takano and the old man enjoyed a tasteless conversation. They'd clearly known each other a long time and were very close. The young woman came back in to serve tea. After she left, the old man started to speak.
しかし、ミオちゃんは本当に立派な子だのう。高野くんもこれほど立派に育ってくれて、きっとあの世で鼻高々だろうな。
I mean, it was pretty obvious that this was going to happen, but...
そうであればいいのですが、祖父の偉業には私など足元にも及びません。
高野くんもいろいろと運がなかった。時代にも恵まれんかった。もし何もない時代に研究をしておったなら、あんたに引き継がせることもなく、見事研究を完成させておっただろうの。
ですが、そういう時代だったからこそ、皮肉にも祖父はひなみ沢症候群の存在に気づくことができました。
The world today is in the nuclear era, with America and the Soviet Union glaring at each other over mounds of nuclear stockpiles. It takes nukes to have authority as a major power. Yet we forever abandon our nukes thanks to our 3 anti-nuclear principles. In this age, we're now a nation without nukes. How deplorable. In the middle of the 20th century, despite rising tensions between East and West, there was a temporary peace known as the Cold War brought by a balance of nuclear weapons pointed at one another. Permanent memberships in the United Nations were monopolized by nations with nuclear arms. They secured their predominance with nuclear weapons, bound the world with nuclear non-proliferation treaties, eternally banning non-nuclear nations from the world stage. For Japan to become a nation that can compete with the world, it must develop nuclear arms, or something as powerful. That's what some people believed, at least. Realistically, Japan will never arm itself with nuclear weapons. I know. The citizens wouldn't accept it. Even if the government ignored their opinions and armed itself with nuclear weapons, it wouldn't work. By abandoning nuclear weaponry, Japan gained the deterrent power of the United States, though some people thought the only way for Japan to become equal to the United States would be to get nuclear arms of their own. But realistically, that was impossible. Even if Japan armed itself with nuclear weapons, that wouldn't automatically let Japan join the great powers. Takano and the old man discussed the balance of nuclear powers in the world. Eventually, the sound of the cuckoo clock reminded them to turn to the main subject at hand. The old man pointed to the attach case that... Attach? Is that supposed to be attached? Attach? I'm not sure if that's just a typo or if that's a word that I low-key have not seen in my life. We're gonna move on for now. The old man pointed to the case that had been sitting next to Takano. Takano nodded once, opened it up, and removed the contents. There were brand new bills packed in it. How much was actually in there? A bundle of brand new million-yen bills is 1 centimeter. There must have been at least enough to make up 8 digits. There were also 2 more attached cases by her side. However, neither Takano nor the old man were surprised at all. Takano closed the attached case and bowed.
ありがとうございます、先生。このご恩は忘れません。
That's a lot of bread.
金は人生の長い若者が持つべきだの。年寄りがあの世まで持っていくもんじゃない。
True enough.
金はあるだけものを言うが、現金はさらにものを言う。大事に使いなさい。
もちろんですわ。祖父の夢を実現するためだけに使います。
And to murder children.
高野くんが羨ましいの。良いお孫さんを持たれた。きっとあの世であんたを自慢しているだろうの。
まだ自慢されるようなことは何もしていません。祖父の研究を完成させた時初めて、私は祖父に褒めてもらえる資格が得られるのだと思います。
本当に羨ましい。うちのせがれたちは全然ダメだ。金儲けのことしか頭にない。金は儲けてからが大切なんだ。その儲けた金でお国のために何を貢献できるかが大切なんだ。それこそが今日まで自分を育んでくれたお国へのご恩返しっちゅうもんなんだがの。
Yeah. I mean, I'm not shocked that he feels that way.
あら、たくさんの愛人たちに気前よくおごるのもお国へのご恩返しなんですね。
Got him.
もちろんだとも。あいつらが買い物をすれば金は巡ってお国に戻る。
First, the money I give them goes back into the economy.
金は天下の回り物だ。
However, those lovers would probably end up buying some foreign goods. Things probably don't work quite the way this old man thinks they do. Takano chuckled to herself.
だが女どもにばらまく金とミオちゃんに託す金は意味が全く違う。
存じております。
ミオちゃんは今日までよく頑張ってきた。礼を尽くし、大勢の人たちの信用と支持を取り付けた。今だから話すが、春山くんも望月くんも最初は君のことを若すぎると批判的だったんだがね。だから私もミオちゃんのその努力を認めて、その金を託すんだ。はい。そしてな、その金を私が託す。私がミオちゃんを高野くんの研究の正式な後継者だと認めたということなんだ。
ありがとうございます。
So that's gonna mean a lot to her.
私ごとき若輩に委ねてくださったことに深く感謝いたします。
いやいや、これは高野くんと君の研究だ。彼もミオちゃん以外が引き継ぐことを望まなかっただろうの。だからミオちゃんがここまで上り詰めたおかげで、他の年寄りたちをより説得しやすかったわけだ。
祖父の完成できなかった研究を私が完成させることだけが私ができる
I feel
祖
like
父への唯一の恩返しですから。
even still, she seems relatively grounded, all things considered. So, I mean, what leads her to a point where she's just like, you know what? I'm gonna start murdering children, right? Like, she still seems like relatively grounded. It seems like she's going to these parties and gaining connections. She doesn't necessarily believe it was at the parties, like that, like the nationalistic talk, but maybe it eventually gets to her, right? Like, for example, maybe this whole situation ends up going south, and that's how things get warped, right? But like right now, if you told me like right now, and I didn't know better, that this character would end up killing like several children, right? I'd be like, what the hell are you talking about, right?
そのために求められる努力ならばいといません。
Takano smiled as she remembered everything she had to go through to get to this point. It went without saying, but the old men around Takano saw her as someone from their grandchildren's generation, or maybe even younger. Just how much trouble did Takano have to endure in order to gain the trust of those with such a large generation gap? It was hard to describe to those who couldn't even imagine her trouble, but Takano earned it. She gathered allies, drove away enemies, garnered support, and forced them to recognize her. She spent a long time establishing trust and rising to a status that the old men would welcome. Which was all the more reason this meeting was a reward for her many days of hardship. Now that she officially had a powerful influence backing her, she could spread her wings and see the completion of her grandfather's unfinished research.
さて、高野くんの研究を正式に引き継ぐことになったなら、ミオちゃんにも話しておかなきゃならんことがある。
何でしょう。伺います。
The old man paused and pulled an expensive cigarette from the cigarette holder on the table. Takano lit it up for him. She didn't smoke herself, but knowing that the old man did, she kept a lighter in her pocket. The constant buildup of little gestures like that were how she gained the trust she held today. Takano-kun noticed the Hinamizawa syndrome in Manchuria, not Japan. Yes, according to my grandfather's journal, around 1940, he learned that many soldiers sent from Hinamizawa to the Kwantung Army expressed terminal symptoms, which led him to surmise that an unknown infectious parasite dwelled in Hinamizawa. Under the harsh conditions of war, people sometimes lost their mind. In those conditions, those who were sent to a far-off battlefield from Hinamizawa spent their days under duress, and occasionally they exhibited terminal symptoms, hallucinated, and caused twisted incidents. If it all occurred in the extensive chaos of the battlefield, every incident was handled separately, and no one suspected that there was an underlying cause.
当時高野くんは軍医少佐として海外に派兵されていて、現地の貿易研究所で各種伝染病の予防対策について研究していた。
Right.
そんな中で偶然、いくつかの錯乱事件が全て同じ出身地の兵士によって起こされていることを知った。高野君は、ひなみ沢出身者に特有の症状ではないかと仮定し、個人的にこの研究を始めたのだ。そして、ひなみ沢出身の兵士を研究所勤務にして集め、いろいろと調査した。そしてひなみ沢独特のお社様信仰の存在を知り、得意な性質を持つ未知の疾病の存在を確信したのだ。
Some may wonder how he could be so certain that these symptoms were caused by unusual parasites. At the beginning of the 20th century, German doctors proved that some unknown diseases were caused by bacteria and parasites. At the time, it wasn't too far of a jump to assume that unknown pathogens could be behind unknown diseases. For instance, in modern times, it's been revealed that beriberi is caused by vitamin B1 deficiency, but at the start of the 20th century, many loudly proclaimed that it was the work of an unidentified pathogen.
はい。祖父はその研究が軍にとって価値のあるものになるのではないかと予想し、予算を求めましたが、一生に付されたとか。
As a researcher, her grandfather was very talented and passionate. When it came to gaining the aid of political powers, he simply struck out. Inamizawa syndrome. No, the possible existence of a parasite that infected the human brain and controlled emotions. Even though he made the remarkable achievement of discovering a mystery no one had explained before him, he was unable to convince others of that achievement, and spent his life alone, unable to garner support and unable to achieve proper recognition for his achievement. Independent research has its limit. Talented people, funding, and backup. A research project can be successful only if those things are present. Takano had noticed her grandfather's mistakes, and that was why she did everything she could to obtain all of that.
当時の上層部は即効性でしかも普遍性の高い治療薬を期待していた。高野君の研究は非常に興味深いものではあっても、当時の軍には期待されなかったということだの。
ですが、先生は唯一祖父の研究に理解を示してくれたと聞いています。祖父は先生のことを無二の親友と記していました。
高野君とは同郷だった。同じ蕎麦屋を知る人間と遠方の戦地で会えるというのは奇跡的なことだったの。彼とは年は離れていたが、私たちは固い友情で結ばれていたのだ。
Yeah, I guess in that situation, if someone told me if I was stuck in that situation, someone was like, dude, I'm from the exact same town as you. I don't care that they're 15 years older than me. Buddy, we got something in common. We're talking. You know?
だから、高野君からはよく話をされたの。画期的な研究になるに違いない。本格的な研究のために予算をつけられるよう根回ししてほしいと。
祖父の手記にも先生がいろいろと各方面に掛け合ってくださったことが記されています。結局祖父の研究が認められることはありませんでしたが、先生だけが理解者でいてくれたことはきっと存命中大きな心の支えになっていたものと思います。
だが結局は何の力にもなれんかった。だから高野君にしてやれなかった協力をミオちゃんにするんだ。ミオちゃんに協力するのは高野君に対する私の罪滅ぼしでもある。
ありがとうございます。祖父は良い親友に恵まれたと思っています。軍上層部に先生のように理解を示してくれる方が少しでもいてくれたなら、
That might have prevented a lot of things.
祖父の人生はもっと違ったものになっていたかもしれないと思うと、とても悔しく思います。
The old man closed his eyes and paused for a moment. Shortly after that, he looked into the distance and spoke.
実はな、真実はそうではない。上層部は高野君の発見に少なからず関心を持っていたのだ。
Oh?
それは初耳です。でもそれならなぜ祖父の研究を認めなかったのですか？
I'm guessing Takano didn't want to use it for the same reasons, right? Like they probably wanted military purposes. He probably did not, if I had to guess.
ある事情により高野君にひなみ沢症候群を研究させたくない都合ができたのだ。
That's not what I expected. That's interesting. What do they mean by that?
その理由は私と一部の高級将校しか知らん。私を除き全員が他界した今、高野君の後を継ぐミオちゃんには話しておこうと思う。
What the hell? Like did he contract it or something? What?
研究させたくない都合とは何ですか？
Takano had believed until this day that her grandfather's research was ridiculed by everyone, which was the reason why it had never gained any recognition. Her grandfather had asked the military for funding so he could uncover the secret of Hinamizawa syndrome during the war. Just like the old man had said earlier, the military wanted an instant-acting weapon, and that was why they weren't interested in his research. That's what she had believed. But as it turned out, the military had actually shown an interest after all. I'm intrigued. Okay. Before I go on, I need to explain about the Kwantung Army in Manchuria at the time. While the Kwantung Army was stationed in Manchuria, opinions were divided on whether to advance our forces north or south. At the time, Japan had troops in Manchuria, but opinions were divided on advancing north to deter the Soviet Union or advancing south to expand our territory and secure resources. With the Soviet Union and its predecessor, Russia, being a landlocked, frozen nation, it had long yearned for an ice-free port that wouldn't freeze over in winter. They'd made numerous attempts to expand their territory southward, too. Those expansionist policies were said to be a cause of the Russo-Japanese War. Oh, whoops. Is that actually how you say that? Like, you say that Russo? I think so. Russo? I say Russo. I don't know if that's how I'm supposed to say that. In the history books, it said that Japan won the Russo-Japanese War, but it was actually a draw ending in peace signed at the Treaty of Portsmouth. Both sides had simply set aside their spears after mutually exhausting their forces. It wasn't like Russia capitulated and offered a complete surrender. As a result, the perception of the Russian threat continued to smolder. Later, the Russian Empire was overthrown by a revolution, but Japan was unable to shake the threat that the new Soviet Union would advance south. According to the history books, Japan went south. They signed the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact and abandoned the northern advance. As a result, when the Great Patriotic War began, the Soviet Union was able to respond to pressure on their German front by pouring in their eastern forces. Though the Germans had managed to lay siege to Moscow, the Soviets launched a massive counteroffensive that reversed the tides of war. Even with the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact, the Soviets couldn't tell if Japan would attack them at some point. Because of that threat, the Soviets had to leave some forces in the Far East, and they weren't able to devote enough troops to the German front. For starters, the Soviet had forged the Germany-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact too. Yet Germany broke the treaty and attacked the Soviet Union. To make matters worse, Japan and Germany had forged a military alliance. With all those factors in play, the Soviets naturally couldn't trust Japan to uphold their Neutrality Pact. Ironically, the Soviet Union was the one who broke the pact, but I won't go into that now. Exactly. Hitler signed the Tripartite Pact because he expected Japan to keep the Soviets at their front in check. But ultimately, Japan abandoned the North. With the superior German offensive, many supported the idea of waiting and watching it play out. They believed that even if we did advance north, it would be after Germany conquered Moscow. Moscow. That's another one. I'm not sure how you're technically supposed to say that. I mean, you typically hear Moscow, but I'm almost, 100% sure I've heard Moscow plenty of times. I'll probably just say Moscow. However, that plan was exposed to Sorge, and the Soviets transferred their heavy tanks from the Far East border to the German front. This year, Germany's defeat at Moscow, and the Germans began seeing a string of defeats starting with the Battle of Kursk. It was a turning point in history, huh? During the Cold War, the Soviet Union was recognized as a global power, but at least in 1940, the Kwantung Army didn't think it was a particular threat. Japan had earned a victory with the Russo-Japanese War, and they took the new Soviet Union government lightly, assuming it wouldn't be stable after overthrowing the Russian Empire. That underestimation was corrected after the Nomonhan incident in 1941. After several fierce, short-term battles with the Soviet Union's advanced, mechanized corps that led to great losses, the Kwantung Army realized they shouldn't fight the Soviets and then inclined Japan towards the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact. But at the very least, up until the Nomonhan incident, the Kwantung Army was strongly conscious of the Soviets and divided on advancing north or south. Thanks to that, there were also voices advising caution, suggesting we avoid all-out war with China in order to shore up our forces against the Soviets. But the Sino-Japanese War broke out after the Marco Polo Bridge incident, right? July 1937, the Japanese and Chinese armies were staring at each other across the Lugo Bridge in Beijing. It was the middle of the night on July 7th. The Chinese army fired on the Japanese army in training, and they engaged in combat. This triggered the long Sino-Japanese War. Yes, according to historical records, that incident triggered the Sino-Japanese War, but with opinions divided over advancing north or south, the army was equally divided over a full-scale confrontation with China. No, in fact, we even received orders from General Staff Headquarters to resolve the matter quietly before the incident grew much bigger. So those supporting the northern advance wanted to settle the Battle of Lugo Bridge quietly, insisting that conflict with China was pointless in light of their anti-Soviet strategy. However, those on the mainland supporting the southern advance used this incident as cause to dispatch more troops to China. They enacted hard policies against China, and thus the Marco Polo Bridge incident became the trigger for Japan and China to enter all-out war. After that and their bitter struggles in the Nomonhan incident, Japan greatly revised their Soviet strategy. They signed the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact and secured the route for their southern advance. The Sino-Japanese War got worse and worse. If the Marco Polo Bridge incident hadn't happened, it's possible that history would have gone very differently. Maybe we would have ended up in a war with them anyway. However, if the South faction didn't get that chance, the military authorities would have kept restraining the Soviet Union, and the Soviets would have had to divide their forces between East and West. And maybe Germany could have invaded Moscow, and Japan could have gone to Siberia. The maps could have been very different today. Germany wouldn't necessarily have won the war if it had succeeded in taking Moscow. England was keeping its strength on the other side of Dover Strait, after all, and the United States was poised to enter the conflict. Besides, Napoleon once occupied Moscow, but in the end, he couldn't beat their winter and had to withdraw. It is one of those ifs, huh? The Axis might have won the war. Yes, it's possible that the gunshot from the Marco Polo Bridge incident changed the tide of history. Both sides had different opinions on who fired the shot, right? According to the Japanese side, a Chinese soldier fired a shot at a Japanese soldier who got too close to the Chinese camp. However, the Chinese side claimed the shot was a conspiracy invented by the Japanese military. But the shot was fired, even though nobody knew who actually pulled the trigger that sparked the Sino-Japanese War. Yes, that's what the history books say. But, Koizumi-sensei, what does that have to do with my grandfather? Did he start the conflict or something? In the Marco Polo Bridge incident, a shot was fired at a unit that was training in the middle of the night. Everyone was summoned for a roll call. They were missing one soldier. The soldier came back later, and it was said that he was sent as a messenger and got too close to the Chinese camp. By the way, did you know that soldier was from Hinamizawa? Eh? Really? When Takano-kun was talking about Hinamizawa syndrome, he said that soldiers from Hinamizawa could suddenly fall into a deranged state. And we realized that the soldier from the Marco Polo Bridge incident was in fact from Hinamizawa. And what about the first shot fired? I don't know the truth, but I think it's possible that a soldier within the terminal stage of Hinamizawa syndrome fired the shot. That soldier was killed in the incident. Since there was no record of it, nobody knows exactly how he died. The Japanese side claimed that the Chinese army had fired at them and negotiated with that in mind. Just a scant few days after the incident, Japan demanded an apology from the Chinese, and as a show of force dispatched 3 divisions of reinforcements. The Chinese side was, of course, opposed to that. The situation escalated at once. If research into Hinamizawa syndrome continued, the higher-ups thought it would negatively influence the Japanese army's claims. So, in order to avoid the risk of traversing that political gray zone, they rejected Takano-kun's research.
そのため
Yikes.
この時代になってもなお祖父の研究が顧みられることがなかったと。
He really did get unlucky, huh?
そうだ。
Yes, that's exactly it. The war is over now, but there's still some conflicts there regarding historical recognition.
高野君にその気はなくとも、南沢症候群の研究が公になれば、社会的な影響が強すぎて、一般大衆に不要の混乱と疑念を与えることにもなりかねない。
They decided the benefit wasn't worth the risk.
そう危惧した重鎮たちが、今日に至るまで高野君の研究を黙殺するよう根回しをしておったのは、私も高野君に協力しないよう。
I'm sure Takano would react to this normally. Takano tried to remain calm, but she couldn't stop herself from grimacing. She had just found out that the real reason why her grandfather's research had been ignored was because of secret maneuvers by political masterminds. If those masterminds feared it so much, ironically, that meant they acknowledged the importance of his research. Takano was saddened and frustrated to no end by her grandfather's lonely life.
だがそういう連中は高いし、もう当時を知る者は私しかおらん。もし今まだ高野君が生きていたなら、だが彼はもういない。だから私はミヨちゃんに謝り、高野君にするはずだった協力を君にしようと思っているのだ。
よろしいのですか。私が南沢症候群の研究をすることで蒸し返しになるということはありませんか。
もう当時とは時代が違う。それに南沢症候群の研究には単なる風土病では済まされないものが潜んでおる。研究によっては医学の名前がつくあらゆる学会がひっくり返るような大発見になるかもしれん。
So he's approaching this from a nationalistic perspective.
当時とはもう風向きが変わったということですわね。
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be on the side of we need to become a world power with some deadly weapons.
そうだ。不幸にも高野君は風向きが変わるまで存命することができなかった。だが幸いミヨちゃんという後継者に研究を託せた。だから私はこの命ある限り、私は高野君に協力を約束したのに、さまざまなしがらみから力になれず彼を失望させた。その償いを命ある限りしていこうと思っている。それが高野君が無二の親友と呼んでくれた私のこの世に残された最後の仕事だと思っとる。
先生、本当にありがとうございます。
いや、いい。私も死ぬ前に洗いざらいを話せてすっきりした。とにかく私の目が黒いうちはミオちゃんの研究に一切の不自由はさせん。何かあったらいつでも頼りなさい。助力は惜しまないからの。
Takano couldn't even imagine what kind of bond this old man and her grandfather had between them. But thanks to that bond, Takano was able to gain a powerful supporter. Tears welled up in Takano's eyes as she gave him an emotional look. In her mind, she was practically dancing at the promise of the old man's full support. That's kind of funny. You know, like showing emotion and being sad. And secretly, she's all like, you know, giddy. Like, the old man and Takano both bowed at the same time to show each other their appreciation. Once that was done, the old man became a little more serious. After that far too lengthy preamble, he finally said what he really wanted to tell her.
そういうことだ。私が言いたいのはつまり、ひなみ沢症候群には歴史すらも作りかねない魔力が宿っているということだ。それは日本社会すらもねじ曲げかねない。そこのところをよく肝に銘じて慎重に研究をしなさい。
Good song. I do enjoy this song. After the proprietor finished serving the food, she bowed and left. The room was very tastefully put together, reminding them of the tea ceremony room. Although it was sparsely decorated, quite a bit of money had obviously gone into it. This is a very famous Japanese restaurant where many high-up officials and other important people held secret meetings. Is this the background from Chapter 4? Takano was there, accompanied by about 5 gentlemen. Oh, okay, so this is a brand new scene. I thought it might be, but... So, that whole scene was essentially showing Takano securing funding for the research and learning that... like, why her grandfather's research was denied any support. And it was specifically because of things, kind of out of his control, regarding the fact that it seemed that a soldier with Hinamizawa syndrome likely started the war with China, and that finding information about this, right, might very well make it clear that they were at fault for the war, and so they were like, nope, you're not allowed to research this. But now times have changed, and those who suppressed this research are dead. And so Takano knows this now. She's got funding to continue the research, and we're going to see what she's doing here. Takano was there, accompanied by about 5 gentlemen. She was sitting slightly farther away from the men. They were clearly in a much more important position than she was. One of the men, wearing an expensive double-breasted suit, told Takano not to be so nervous.
どうぞお楽に、高野さん。今回の件、非常に興味深く読ませていただきました。このような研究が数十年にわたり眠り続けてきたとは。
ああ、驚きです。旧日本軍が戦時中に行っていた BC 兵器の研究はほとんどが実らず、研究基礎も全て米軍に接収され、何も残っていないと思っておりましたよ。
この研究は軍上層部にもほとんど相手にされなかったと聞いております。
なるほど。故に誰にも知られず、そして GHQ の追及も受けなかったというわけですな。その意味においてだけは本当に幸運でした。
高野先生の研究を高野さんが引き継ぐとは面白い。 これも因縁ですかな。
Suppose so.
まるであなたの体を借りて個人が研究を完成させようとしているかのようです。
Interesting way to put it.
本当にそうかもしれませんわね。私も奇妙な因縁を感じます。
Takano adored Takano Hifumi and called him grandfather, but she hadn't revealed that relationship to others. She realized it wouldn't be beneficial for people to think she was involving personal feelings in her continuing Dr. Takano's research, even though that's, like, factual. At least to a degree. I can't say if that's why she continues or her end goal, but I'd say it was definitely a big part of what started this. So publicly, she once had exchanges with Takano Hifumi, and after his death, discovered his research documents with his remains and chose to carry it on. At least, that's how the story went.
それで先生いかがでしょうか。
いくつかの省庁がね、非常に強い関心を持ったよ。中川君が言うには、防衛庁の技術研究本部が強い関心を示してくれてね、研究のスポンサーを名乗り出てくれた。
おお、それは朗報じゃないですか。おめでとう、高野さん。
ありがとうございます。
なんでも向こうが言うにはね。
There's a research council for next generation deterrence being led by experts from several different
こ
ministries.
の中でアルファベットプロジェクトというのがあるらしい。
The Alphabet Project.
高野さんはご存知ですかな。
There's no way she would know about something like that, but it was very possible for these nationalists to research something dangerous without citizens knowing about it. Society forms something like a web made of connections between people. People hold hands with other people who share the same ideas and end up knitting a net. Of course, some nets are well known, but there are some secret ones too. So there was no way of guessing just how the men at this meeting were connected. A society involving research into deterrent weapons for the next generation. The Alphabet Project. With those words, it was possible to imagine what that might entail. Deterrent weapons, that usually refers to nuclear technology. Weapons are normally used to destroy enemies. I almost said not normally used for that purpose. However, the general idea of deterrent weapons is very different. The assumption is that they won't actually be used against anyone. Nuclear weapons are largely used as a threat to prevent enemy invasion. Both the US and Soviets possess large stockpiles of nuclear arms, keeping each other in check. They'll never actually use them, because if they did, there'd be a nuclear war and both countries would be destroyed. So they're like a legendary weapon you never draw. Of course, that last resort only works because both sides have nuclear weapons. If one side lacks them, then they lose all military negotiation power. In other words, nations without nukes are powerless before nuclear-armed states. That can't be true. Japan abandoned nukes and it still functions as a nation today. Or so some people may be thinking, but they're wrong. Japan abandoned nukes, but lies under the nuclear umbrella by allying itself with America. That means the nation functions thanks to America's nukes. However, that also means we must resign ourselves to forever being a vassal of America. In order for Japan to escape that and become a powerful nation equal to America, it must possess its own deterrence arms and step out of that nuclear umbrella. That society must have been put together by experts who believed in that ideal. Given that, even the name Alphabet Project makes sense. Nuclear weapons are weapons of mass destruction. However, weapons of mass destruction aren't always nuclear. They also include biological weapons and chemical weapons. Atomic, biological, chemical. The initials of those three words make up ABC. That's why weapons of mass destruction are sometimes called ABC weapons. I won't go into weapons of mass destruction that don't belong to those three categories. ABC, alphabet. In other words, Alphabet Project must be a code for research into weapons of mass destruction. As it happened, this guess of Takano's was correct.
本来は日本が核武装をするのが正しいのです。戦後、平和国家として確立し、多大な国際貢献を果たした我が国は常任理事国入りを果たし、核武装してこそ初めて一人前の国家として認められる。それこそが戦後日本100年の悲願なのです。
さようです。だが現実には核不拡散条約により核は大国だけが独占。また国内世論は核アレルギーに染まり、内外からの締め付けで実現を不可能にしております。
生物化学兵器は別名貧者の核兵器とも呼ばれる。
Still effective.
核を持てない小国はすでに熱心に研究を進めているという話です。
高野さん、誤解しないでくださいよ。この度の研究は 最近兵器の保有が目的ではありません。同種の兵器が他国によって国内に持ち込まれる危険性について事前に十分な対処を行うための研究です。
Likely story.
自衛のための研究であることを誤解しないようにお願いいたしますよ。
はい、存じております。
Takano hated this Japanese tendency to make excuses, but she didn't let it show on her face. No matter what they said, they already saw the value in using this research toward biological weaponry. However, in truth, that was just an excuse as well. If they actually wanted to research biological weapons, then it would be much faster to research diseases like smallpox and anthrax instead of an unidentified disease like Hinamizawa syndrome. So it wasn't actually correct to say that the defense agency was interested in it as a biological weapon. In other words, Takano needed a powerful sponsor who could back her up with funding, personnel, and a facility to conduct her research. How was that in other words? So she used her connections and turned to the old men behind the government economy, reaching out to each of them and getting them to forcibly pull funding out of the defense agency under the excuse of its application towards biological weaponry. That was the truth. Okay, that's in other words, yeah. Used all their connections to get them to pull funding because they think it's a biological weapon, which is something they all want. Therefore, her project wasn't officially recognized by the defense agency. To be exact, the people who secretly controlled the defense agency were the ones who knew about it. These masterminds diverted funding from the defense agency to the Alphabet Project, and then they pushed for Takano's research to be a part of it. Takano gets her funding, and the influencers get to drain public funds through kickbacks. Considering that, it was doubtful this project was genuinely about researching the next generation of deterrence arms. It was probably just an excuse for the masterminds to funnel money into their own pockets. Well, those complicated matters didn't matter to Takano. Whatever those old men and influencers were planning wasn't her business. As long as she could get the funding for her research, that was enough. Either way, Takano had found her sponsor. It was one of the biggest organizations around, too. Yes, it had always been her grandfather's dream. Takano was trying to stay calm. She was about to jump up and down in excitement.
中川君としては今回の件十分に研究が進んだら丸ごと買い取って構わないと言ってくれてる。まだまだ未完の研究だがその将来性については十分に理解できてるようだ。
おっしゃる通りです。この研究はまだ道半ばで十分な資金と施設、人材が欠かせません。
それでだね、ここからが交渉になるんだが、向こうとしてはこの研究丸ごと抱えてしまいたいのが希望らしいんだ。こう言っちゃ悪いんだが、君一人に任せるには荷が重いと考えてる。
She is not gonna rock with that. Hearing that put quite the damper on Takano's ecstasy.
私はお金が欲しくて研究しているのではありません。一人の研究者としての知的探求心からです。私に必要なのはスポンサー。先方が求めるのは成果。そういう関係に期待したかったのですが。
Takano realized she was talking rather breathlessly, so she tried to calm herself down. Either way, they'd be backing the research. Considering they're hoping for results that merit the budget, they probably feel that Takano's still too young to handle it.
分かってます。高野さんが今日まで積み上げてきた研究を横からかっさらわれたんじゃ、それはあんまりですからね。そこは私もよく分かってます。もちろん向こうにもそれは伝えました。それで出てきた折衷案がこれです。
まずアルファベットプロジェクト内の新規事業として高野さんの研究を立ち上げます。理事会の承認を経れば正式に予算をつけることができますからね。高野さんには客員という形でプロジェクトに参加していただき、研究に携わるという形になります。
If she wanted their funding, she'd have to fall under their authority, of course. So far, she had no objections.
ただ、研究会は今回の研究に予算をつけるにあたり、いくつかの条件を挙げています。
Is this how she ends up as a nurse on the project?
一つは、先ほど先生が申し上げた、この度の研究に関する分野で優秀な才能を持つ人物に研究筆頭を委ねることです。
お言葉を返すようですが、私以上にこの研究に詳しい人物が高野先生を除いて存在するとお思いですか？
まあ、そこは高野さん抑えて。お気持ちはごもっともです。
それでは、その人物に私が研究を売り渡すのと何も変わらないではありませんか。全く話が違います。
落ち着きなさい、高野さん。
And she is in a bit of a fervor, not that I blame her. Those cunning old men didn't miss sight of the faint leak of anger that crossed Takano's expression. They gave evasive laughs, as if remarking how immature she still was if she let her emotions show over such a little thing. However, they weren't laughing to look down on Takano. On the contrary, they were trying to tell her to wait until the end.
もちろん、そこはあなたのやりやすいように手を打ちます。小泉先生からあなたをよろしく頼むと念を押されているんです。大恩ある小泉先生に託されたあなたを私がないがしろにするとお思いですか？
Our boy Koizumi clutching up.
大丈夫です。ここは一つ私に任せてください。あなたもそして連中も納得するうまい妥協点を用意します。
と申しますと？
その人物の人選は私が握っているということですよ。その人物の人選は私が握っているということですよ。
Everyone chortled except Takano. After a moment, she joined in. In other words, he meant that he wouldn't find just the right person. The defense agency had suggested finding an expert to lead the project because they didn't feel comfortable with just Takano. However, Takano's sponsor was the one tasked to find such a person. In that moment, Takano realized it. How wonderful it is to have such a powerful backer.
万事私に任せてください。あなたがやりやすい候補者をこちらで探します。高野さんはその中から踏みやすいと思う相手を選べばいいということです。
You know, the one that you think you can kind of manipulate the most, arguably, is probably the best way to put it. Takano felt better after hearing that. While she wouldn't be the official head of the project, she would end up leading it from the shadows. Of course, she wasn't an expert per se. Having a partner would actually be beneficial.
この件、しばらく先方と私の方で調整します。
To someone that's smart, but not the most cunning in like matters of kind of like diplomacy, you know, right? Like you know, Irie, right? Irie isn't one to handle like the people side of things. It seems that wasn't really his specialty. He's not a conflict handler. He's just good at research, right? Which is probably why he was picked.
もちろん、高野さんの満足のいく形で決着できるようにしますので、しばらく朗報を待ってください。
はい。お世話になりますが、どうかよろしくお願いいたします。
そうだそうだ。防衛庁の話だけじゃないよ。厚生省の永田君も一枚噛んでくれるそうだよ。
We've heard that name before.
国立感染症予防研究所の伊藤君を紹介してくれてね。
Oh man.
機材や技術についてのバックアップを名乗り出てくれてる。
Seen that.
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。
もうこれは立派な国家プロジェクトですな。おめでとう高野さん。これも今日までのあなたと、そして高野先生の地道な研究が評価された結果です。
いいえ、すべて高野先生の努力の成果です。私などまだ何も。
Yeah, you've got the chance.
謙虚なのは実にいいことです。小泉先生もおっしゃっておられましたが、本当に高野さんはいい方ですな。可愛がられているというのもうなずけます。
それでですね、向こうとしては高野さんの身分を防衛庁で預かってしまいたいようです。幸い高野さんは医師免許をお持ちですからね。研究本部の医官として身分を保証するようです。
What is the TRDI? I'm assuming it's like Doctors Institute or something. I don't know.
それは
Institution.
公務員になれということですか？これは意外な話ですね。
アルファベットプロジェクトに携わる研究機関のほとんどは公的機関です。今回の研究は陸自も強い関心を寄せており、職員を陸自から派遣したいと強く要望してきています。ですので場合によっては身分は陸自の扱いになるかもしれません。
Yep.
まあこの辺は役人の縄張り争いだと思ってください。
That one definitely happens.
その役人たちの上に立つには役人の身分が必要になってくると。もちろんどういう形になろうとも高野さんが不快に思うようなことにはしませんから安心してください。
わかりました。そのあたりはお任せいたします。しかし高野先生が かつて旧日本軍にこの研究の援助を求めた時には断られたことを思うと、自衛隊が興味を示されたのが意外というか、
Okay, see how things have changed.
複雑な気持ちですね。
それは仕方ありますまいな。戦況が悪化していた日本軍が求めていたのは即効性があり、瞬時に戦局をひっくり返せるものだったのでしょう。決して高野先生の研究を見下していたわけではないはずです。
They don't know the real reason. That wasn't true, of course. Takano already heard that confession from the old man. She exhaled. To her, it was like the meeting in front of her was happening somewhere far away. She had longed for this day to come and worked so hard to reach it. Finally, her grandfather and his research were attaining recognition. This is the day she had dreamed of, so she was frightened just imagining that it might be an actual dream. True joy can't be felt all at once. Oftentimes, it's a delayed reaction. Takano thought that must be exactly what she was feeling.
すると思います。多分、左官クラスの階級が与えられるのではないでしょうか。
Oh, she's zoned out. Foolish.
となると、高野さんは副隊長の地位になりますから、おそらく3差ではないかと。
これは素晴らしい。高野3差ですか。
Quite a promotion.
いやいや、羨ましいですな。男に生まれたからには、一度くらいは自分のことを階級で呼ばれてみたいものですが、いやはやいやはや、高野3差ですか。うんうん。
三差？何ですか？
ああ、自衛隊の階級のことで三等陸佐のことです。企業でいうところの副部長くらいでしょうね。おそらくその階級がプロジェクト発足時に高野さんに与えられることになるかと思います。
旧日本軍でいうところの少佐ですよ。そういえば奇遇ですな。高野先生も旧軍では少佐の階級にあられたそうではありませんか。
That's a little crazy. Takano remembered suddenly. They were right. Her grandfather had been a lieutenant commander in the Japanese military. Everything she had done until today was so she could continue her grandfather's research. And everything had fallen into place. She'd even been granted the same rank as her grandfather. She had always believed that succeeding his research would be proof that they had a bond tighter than blood. And now she would even be the same rank as him. This is fate, Takano thought. Maybe this is even a message from Grandpa? Yes, it must have been a shout of encouragement from heaven. It was proof that she inherited not only his research, but his will as well. Takano couldn't help but feel a sense of destiny for attaining the rank of major.
おじいちゃん、私、ようやくここまで来たよ。
Nobody else could hear her say that, but her grandfather in heaven could. That's what Takano believed. She'd only come so far. There were still a lot of things to do for this research to be recognized as a great work. Otherwise, her grandfather won't become a god. She wouldn't become one either. He must become a god. That was in her grandfather's will. I was unable to do so. That line preceded it. It was her grandfather's dying wish. Oh, man. That's what that was. I could see how eventually, if she doesn't think the research itself will give her that godhood that she does the things she does. It was her grandfather's dying wish. Her grandfather entrusted it to her. All of his research. A god can't be physically brought back to life. A god is made in the hearts of the people who remain alive. Her grandfather will live on in her heart. His exploits will be known to many, and all the scholars will fight to read his documents, to steal them from each other, and they'll learn about Hifumi Takano, who began his research during the war. They'll know that nobody understood him, and that he ended up devoting his lonely life to his research. And finally, they'll extol his grand achievement. So this subchapter, because I'm assuming this is the end of this subchapter, that was subchapter 2. This subchapter was all about Takano securing the means to her research and to get to where she ends up, and where we see her, right? It was about how she got all of her funding and how she gathered connections through the political party, right? Or like the alumni group that she was with. She was kind of there gathering political connections, and finally she talks with Koizumi, who promises him or her funding well, I say promises it, hands her briefcases with funding. And then reveals the truth about why the government denied the research in the first place. Which was not the reason that's explicitly stated, but Takano's the only one who knows that now. Then it flashes forward, and all of her time interacting with Koizumi has once again she's had someone else be like, take care of this person, right? This connection has gained her a big advantage of now she's secured even more funding, she's secured facilities, she's secured a rank of major, and so she's really where she wants to be and where this whole thing is going to start, right? And now I assume we're going to see how things start to play out within the project, right? This alphabet project and her research. So we're actually just going to continue now. We're going to try to do at least one more sub-chapter. We're trying to make the episodes kind of long because I still want to try to finish by the end of the year, and it's going to be a tight squeeze to do so at this point.
高野三佐です。三佐、こちらは入江京介先生です。
Yeah. Obviously the Irie clinic.
どうも、入江と申します。
Irie seemed extremely nervous at our first meeting. He probably thought I was in charge of some suspicious organization.
萎縮しなくて結構ですわ。
Well, he'd be right.
高野とお呼びください。
恐縮です。この度はお引き立ていただき深く感謝いたします。
どうぞおかけになってください。
A model, lower middle-class citizen was a good way to describe Kyosuke Irie's demeanor. One could also say he was the stereotypical type of person to get conveniently discarded after those crafty elders used their seniority to constantly pick on him. Yeah, I suppose he is. He certainly doesn't seem as cunning as I am. But that doesn't mean he isn't ambitious. Like me, he's a young person who dreams of accomplishing something great and leaving his name upon generations to come. While he acts humble in person like this, his articles are actually progressive as well as aggressive. The gap between the two was quite intense.
平見沢症候群の資料を読ませていただきました。
いかがでしたか？
非常に驚くことばかりでした。確かに今日の医学の暗部に踏み込みかねない内容ではありますが、未だ世界で誰も解明していない神秘という点で知的興奮を抑えきれません。
Hearing that made me chuckle. Hirie is more than interested in Hinamizawa syndrome, which is good enough for me. She'd been through the ringer with far too many people to reach this day, so her honed intuition could tell he would get along well with this man. Even if he isn't useful to me, he won't cause any problems. For both me and my sponsor, he's the best person possible for the job.
私こそ驚いております。入江先生ほどの博識かつ経験豊富な方が責任ある地位も仕事も与えられず、これは医学界の重大な損失と言わざるを得ません。
Irie laughed. He probably thought I didn't know, but I had received detailed documents on him, so I knew why he was exiled from the limelight despite his rare talent and achievements. I'm actually very curious about this. He displayed extraordinary skill working on a neurosurgery expert, and everyone expected a bright future from him. He was kicked out due to an ethical controversy. Irie's pet theory was that the antisocial behavior of individuals could be explained by brain disorders. He believed that no one in this world was born a villain, and that they were all just poor patients in need of treatment. He proposed that they were all proper and normal when born, yet as they matured, psychogenesis and various exogenous factors caused brain disorders that made them into villains. Therefore, what those evil people need isn't punishment, it's treatment, and if their diseases are treated, they'll become good citizens again. That manner of thinking actually fell in line with the Confucian belief of innate human goodness. According to this theory, humans are born with the capacity for altruism toward their kind. It is only afterward that they learn and acquire cruelty. Irie believed that acquisition was the result of brain disorders. The human brain creates human thoughts. Therefore, if one becomes emotionally ill, that means their brain is ill. So if their brain gets treatment, they'll recover emotionally too. The field was called psychosurgery. It's fallen out of practice in the current Heisei era, but the surgical techniques were applauded until mid-Showa, especially since it produced spectacular results on a chronic mental patient that was said to be incurable. The man who invented it even won a Nobel Prize. That was how revolutionary it was. Humans think. That's why they become ill. I actually don't know what they're referring to here. unless they mean lobotomies. But I don't know if that's considered psychosurgery. I don't know what psychosurgery actually means in this case. Brain surgery. Okay, yeah, I think it's the lobotomy. Yeah. The man who invented it won a Nobel Prize, and in spite of the award of the Nobel Prize to Moniz, is what I'm reading, who was the first. He developed the operation known as the leucotomy, which was also known as the lobotomy. But it was called the leucotomy in the UK, it seems. And they won a Nobel Prize. So, it's definitely what they're talking about. So, did he lobotomize someone? Yikes. Humans think. That's why they become ill. Everyone knows that's why those who overthink matters are prone to mental illness. When the organ that thinks and debates grows ill, humans deviate from social behavior. That part is called the frontal lobe. Put simply, psychosurgery is surgery performed to operate on the frontal lobe. This kind of surgery doesn't require removing the whole epicranium. A small hole is drilled through the cranium, and a special scalpel is inserted down to cut it. It's not a major surgery, just a technique for quickly operating on the precious frontal lobe. Indeed, it was revolutionary in its simplicity. All the severely ill mental patients miraculously recovered, so the technique spread around the world quickly. Those with obstinate and chronic mental illnesses, the severely ill trapped in deep, inescapable depression. All those can be saved by this technique. Throughout history, humans have come up with many different religions' magic tricks to heal emotional injuries. So, needless to say, the idea of being able to treat them with a surgical technique was truly revolutionary. Rie admired psychosurgery and pushed forward in the field of surgical techniques to treat human souls. However, from the modern human rights standpoint, severing a portion of the brain simply because someone is emotionally disturbed is absolutely out of the question. People gradually started to think differently, and said that psychosurgery was inhumane. The frontal lobe controls how people think, but it is also the part that makes humans act human. There were quite a few cases where that cut caused drastic, irreversible changes in the patient. A baseless happiness born from lack of thought, a change in personality, a loss of interest in everything. Major mood swings due to lack of control over one's emotions. Some even lost part of their memories. Of course, some didn't even survive the surgery. By the mid-1960s, use of psychosurgery declined. Also, due to development of psychotropic medicine, the surgery was hardly performed anymore anyway. Yet, some people still believed in the idea and continued to perform the surgery and gather clinical data. They wanted people to recognize the value of the technique once again. Some of these surgeries were performed without consent. One theory is that in Japan alone, there were thousands of people who woke up from general anesthesia, only to find part of their brain had been removed. Today, to perform such a surgery without a patient's consent is considered totally unethical, but it was different at the time. For one thing, the idea that doctors required prior patient consent was proliferated in the modern Heisei era. Therefore, people at the time didn't think it was that big of an issue. It was only later that people started to argue that it was inhumane. Finally, a decision was reached and the curtains closed with the rejection of psychosurgery. Later, the Japanese Society of Psychology and Neurology passed their resolution to end psychosurgery. After that, psychosurgery was banned throughout Japan and made a forbidden subject of Japanese medicine. Irie was the leading person in the field of psychosurgery. He continued to advocate its effectiveness and results. Therefore, he was treated as a war criminal who practiced inhumane medicine, and he was exiled from the public eye. However, that doesn't mean he changed his beliefs. He still believes that immoral behavior is caused by brain disorders, and the secret of treating them is, in fact, hidden in the brain. So the existence of Hinamizawa syndrome, caused by parasites living in the brain that control human emotions, actually affirms his theory.
私ごときでよろしければ、この度の話、ぜひ引き受けさせていただきたいと思います。
Of course. Given Irie's history, he would never turn down this offer. Despite his mild-mannered appearance, Irie was possessed by a mighty ambition. There was no way he didn't desire a chance to complete research that would prove himself to be the medical society that ostracized him. I'm handing him the chance on a silver platter.
ありがとうございます。入江先生ならば、きっと良いお返事をいただけると信じておりました。
It's kind of interesting backstory for Irie.
当方もあなたのような専門家を迎えられとても助かります。
しかし私などが所長でいいのでしょうか。
The director. It's Irie. What?
それは高野さんがやられた方がよろしいでしょう。私は単なる医者に過ぎません。人の上に立ったことなど。
ご安心ください。それにつきましては私も全面的にサポートいたします。
And secretly run everything anyway.
トップは制服ではなく背広からというのが上の希望でもあります。お気に召しませんか？入江所長という呼び名は。
いえいえ、いやしかし
Irie laughed to hide his embarrassment.
現在ひなみ沢に研究施設を建設中です。表向きは診療所ということになっています。
But in reality, it's the research
入
center.
江先生にご快諾をいただけましたので入江診療所という名前にいたしましょう。
一国一城の主とはもったいない話です。
あと身分を陸自で預かることになりますので先生の席は陸自の遺憾という扱いになります。
Yeah, I mean, if you're in Irie's shoes, how do you say no to that opportunity?
私の上司ですので2佐の階級になりますわね。入江2佐という呼び名はいかがでしょう。
Lieutenant Colonel.
私は軍人じゃありません。ニサという呼び名は遠慮させていただきたいものです。
Has he ever been called that?
所長だって恐れ多いくらいです。いやいや。
He's getting a chance to research brain parasites, plus being given the title of director of a new clinic as camouflage. Plus it comes with staff and funding. He'll even have support from the Defense Agency and the Ministry of Health and Welfare, as well as a research lab with the state-of-the-art equipment. No wonder he's laughing so excitedly. However, there's some risks, too. Since he'll be involved with the secret research, he has an obligation to keep it a secret. Also, he's going to an area plagued by a mysterious and bizarre disease. There's no guarantee he won't contract it himself, but Irie is too young to even think about those things. Aware of all the risks, he quickly signed the contract with the ambition to have people recognize his talent once again. When I saw him sign the contract, I finally relaxed. I knew he would agree to join us, but at the same time, I was afraid of the chance that he'd refuse. Selecting a director proved more difficult than expected, and the only candidate Takano paired well with was Irie. So if Irie refused to take the position, then frankly, she'd be placed in an even worse situation. Now that Irie has agreed to take the position, research on Hinamizawa syndrome can finally begin. The research center, or rather, the clinic, will be completed next spring. The Ministry of Health and Welfare and the Defense Agency will send the best equipment and staff, plus an abundant supply of funds. Then finally, our research will begin in earnest. Everything is going well. Of course it is. I've put so much effort into making sure things went smoothly up to this point.
以上です。就任おめでとうございます。入江さんさ、宣誓書へのサインを終わりました。
ありがとう。これからよろしくお願いいたしますわ。入江所長。
こちらこそよろしくお願いします。高野さん、仲良くやりましょう。私も全身全霊をかけて頑張ります。
こちらこそお互い最善を尽くしましょう。
Now the position of director has been filled. Everything is set. Everything, yeah, I was gonna say, everything's set at this point, like... as far as we can see, at least.
それはよかったよかった。おめでとう、高野さん。高野さんさでしたかな？
これもすべて先生方のお力添えがあったからこそです。高野美代、皆様に心より感謝させていただきます。
まあまあ。
Dude, I love the snare in this song, man. I know I say this like every time, but...
高野さんに本当の意味でおめでとうが言えるのは、研
Yeah, that's fair.
究が成功に終わった時ですな。
But she still made major strides. I think some congratulations are in order.
ようやく入り口にたどり着いたに過ぎませんよ。
Some people can't even get there. Some people can't even reach the starting line.
おっしゃる通りです。寝る間を惜しんで研究に身を投じていく覚悟です。
高野先生が成し遂げられなかったさらにその先へ至られることを私ども一度楽しみにいたしておりますぞ。まあまあ先生、 今日はそういう堅苦しい話は抜きにしましょう。今日は高野さんのこれからと入江機関の設立を祝って乾杯と参りましょう。
乾杯の前にご挨拶申し上げます。
Ah, that's a name we've seen a few times.
厚生省の永田と申します。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
ああ、高野さん、彼をバシバシこき使ってやってください。
Will do.
彼のところの研究所は医療機関のバックアップをしてくれます。技術的に困ったことがあったらいつでも頼ってやってください。
こき使うだなんてそんな。こちらこそお世話になります。高野と申します。どうかよろしくお願いします。
高野さん、こちらも紹介しましょう。陸自から出向の富武くんとお好みくんです。
Oh man, that's a fateful meeting.
陸自側からのバックアップをします。
Tomitake and Okanogi.
ぜひご挨拶させてください。
はじめまして、富武と申します。この度のプロジェクトの監査役を仰せつかりました。どうかよろしくお願いいたします。
The funding for our research is largely coming from the SDF. It's only natural for the SDF to assign a watchdog to make sure reasonable research is taking place. However, someone in a position like that should be my opponent. Why was someone in that position invited to this private party? Does that mean this auditor's on my side too? Seeing that thorough groundwork, I couldn't help but feel the strength of having a sponsor all over again. Yeah, the power of her connections have really... Like, all the time she spent gathering all these connections and everything has really paid off in a big way for her, you know? Because everybody is doing everything they can to set her up to succeed personally, you know?
私は直接はひなみ沢に赴きませんが、定期的にお伺いして研究の進捗管理などをさせていただくことになります。
あら、それは残念ですわね。ひなみ沢は空気も良くて自然も素晴らしいところですのよ。ぜひ仕事以外でも気軽に遊びにいらしてくださいね。
ありがとうございます。そうさせていただきます。
If he really is an auditor, I should maintain a good relationship with this man. He'll hold the key to all future adjustments of our funding so long as we continue drawing it from the SDF. Yeah, I'm sure that's a large part of why their relationship occurred, is because she saw the potential benefit it would have for her.
おこのぎと申します。よろしくお願いいたします。
Looking as villainous as ever, bro.
彼は不正規船部隊の一つ、山犬の隊長です。ひなみ沢に常駐し、三佐を直接サポートします。
ボディーガードみたいなものと思っていいのかしら。
要人護衛、機密保持が主な任務です。三佐の直接の手足となりますので、どうかこき使ってやってください。
よろしくお願いします。
Tomitake seems to be an honest type for a military man, but this Okanogi person looks like the complete opposite. His main job is to preserve secrets, but I bet he's also good with espionage tactics like counterintelligence and information control. Yes, that would explain his demeanor. Since the SDF is funding our research on Hinamizawa syndrome, of course this is considered a military operation. Therefore, this research has to be done in secret. That's why a unit like this is necessary. Besides, it's very reassuring to have someone capable of combat working under me. I should maintain a good relationship with him, too.
さあさあさあ、挨拶はこれくらいにして、ささ、富武くんも足を崩して。今日は入江機関の前途を祝してブレイコーで参りましょう。
Let's have a toast before things go dramatically south for you, bro. While this is supposed to celebrate the establishment of the Irie Institute, Irie himself isn't here. That is his job, after all. Irie is simply a puppet to fill a seat. Of course, I expect him to help me a little with his expertise, but he's ultimately an outsider. This was supposed to be a gathering where I would show my appreciation of those who helped me establish the Irie Institute, but it has turned into them thanking me for all my efforts. I'm always the one to pour alcohol for others, but today people are pouring alcohol in my glass. The new participants were trying to make me happy, and all the top people talked to me casually. They'll praise my hard work and my efforts. My research is now recognized by many institutions, and I'm ready to spread my wings open wide. And all the people who are expecting some returns once the research accomplishes something are trying to curry favor with me. I was gonna say, they're ass-kissing already. Like, that didn't take long. But right now, I'm just very grateful, regardless of their motives.
それでは、入江機関の設立と高野美代君の今後ますますの発展を祈願して乾杯に移りたいと思います。
The future that awaits that institute is a wild one.
先生、温度をお願いいたします。
It's like a dream. I know. This is just the beginning, and I shouldn't be satisfied with this alone. But just for today, I can forget about everything else and enjoy this celebration. I'm not a heavy drinker, but the drinks taste good tonight, and the more I drink, the happier I get. Ah, this really is wonderful. To be called Major by Tomatake and the others is wonderful too. That's the rank my grandfather had during the war. That means I've finally caught up with my grandfather. This is only the beginning. From here on, I tend to reach what my grandfather couldn't. This is the best night of my life. So far. I ended up leaving to fix my makeup. I'm filled with elation. I need to feel fresh air to calm myself down. My heart is about to explode because I'm so happy. The gathering is taking place a little distance away from the main building. The restroom is in the main building, so I need to walk across the hallway. A beautiful and well-maintained Japanese garden is visible from the hallway. It's raining. I usually don't like rain, but I don't mind it at all today. I feel like even the raindrops are congratulating me. The cool air feels pleasant on my hot skin. It took me a moment to notice how unsteady my footsteps had become. Maybe I drank a little too much. It isn't like me to drink more than I can handle. Although this is a party, I don't want to embarrass myself, so I decided to cool off a little by looking at the beautiful Japanese garden. I found an elegant chair set on a red carpet nearby and sat down on it. Since I was with the associates until now, I was forced to constantly be on guard against embarrassing myself. And now that I was alone, I could let go and truly relax. When I look up to the sky, I realize it's still raining hard, but in the distance the horizon is a little lighter. Maybe it won't be raining for much longer. Well, that's normal. Rain stops eventually. And no matter how cold it is or how hard it's raining, rain stops eventually. I saw a pair of sandals and an umbrella, almost inviting me, so I took them into the garden. The tasteless laughter coming from the party sounds far away. I tilted the umbrella and looked up to the sky. I felt the raindrops hit my face, and gazed up at the sky for a while, forgetting all about my hair getting wet. I thought the rain would cool down my boiling heart, but as my body got cold, I started to feel miserable. My bare feet were all swollen, and the throbbing pain I felt made them seem twice their normal size. Are we flashing back? I think so. The gravel road continued forever. I didn't even know what direction I was heading in anymore. I could no longer hear my pursuer. I'd probably lost him by running through the woods like mad. My body was covered in scratches. I finally started to feel the pain from that. I felt both cold and hungry. There was no place nearby to take shelter from the rain. I was just on a little path in the woods. My worst fear was that I could end up heading back toward the orphanage, after bolting and losing my sense of direction. I had crushed that man's finger. I didn't think I bit it off, but I was sure it would leave a scar. Taking that into consideration, it was very clear to me what kind of torture awaited me back at the orphanage. Therefore, I'd have to reach the House of Love and Mercy. If only it had been daytime, then I could easily have found the right way to go. However, with this rain, there was nothing I could do. I couldn't stop. I had to keep walking until I reached something. I wondered if Eriko and the others had escaped safely. I didn't know how many people came after us, but at least one came after me. In other words, it meant they had a better chance. They reached the House of Love and Mercy? Were they drying themselves with soft towels? And if they still remembered me, would they save a towel for me too? I felt so cold. I wanted to find shelter and sit down, but there was nothing of the sort. I saw a tree that looked like I could take shelter under it, but the branches and leaves were dripping with water. It was then that I realized that the sky was gradually getting darker. Would this day end in rain? There were no streetlights where I was. Soon enough it would be totally dark. Then I wouldn't be able to walk any further. I just wanted to sit down, even if it was raining. But if I did sit down, I probably wouldn't be able to stand up again. So I endured. If I hadn't escaped with Eriko and the others, I wouldn't have had to go through such misery. But compared to what I had to go through at the orphanage, this was nothing. Thinking about that was the only way to make myself move. But when I thought about that, it's true that this freezing cold rain was far better than my life at the orphanage. But that was only when compared to the life at the orphanage. Was it better than the normal lives of normal kids my age? I didn't even need to think about that. When my parents were alive, although we weren't rich, we led a normal life. The gentle smiles and forgivable selfishness. The sound of my mother cooking breakfast in the morning. The sound of a newspaper being folded. Precious memories like that. I didn't need anything else. I had plenty of friends. I had fun at school. I didn't like my teacher, but I liked studying. I had everything I needed. That was enough for me. I never complained. I never did anything bad. So, why was this happening to me? Everything went downhill after that train accident. The die of fate kept rolling a 1. Oh, man. What a crazy callback. Or, like, parallel, rather, you know? Seeing Rika, right? Wow. Seeing Rika make a lot of those same comments about the die of fate and rolling ones and how terrible her luck was. You draw those comparisons, right? And it makes you think about how Takano eventually, through sheer determination, it seems, got to where she wanted to be and where she needed to be, right? It makes you wonder if the parallel is going to continue, right? And Rika's going to get the same, right? Hopefully without being a villain that kills children. Ideally. The die of fate kept rolling a 1. The die never showed its good side to me. If the accident was my fault, then I could have accepted it. But it wasn't. I wasn't even there. I waited for my parents at home. I liked going to the mall with them. We always had a meal at the restaurant in the mall. I always told them to let me know if they were going to the mall. But on that day, they went without me when I went to my friend's house to play. My friend wasn't in, so I went back home. I didn't see anyone at home and found a note that said they were going to the mall. I regretted going to my friend's house. I waited at home. They didn't come home. They were still gone by dinner time. I was getting hungry and got angry with my parents for leaving me. I thought they were having dinner at the mall restaurant without me. If I hadn't gone to my friend's house, I would be eating dinner at the restaurant too. I loved the little flags that came with the kids' meals. I was collecting those flags. Yes, I was. I was trying to collect 20 of them, thinking that once I collected 20, something wonderful would happen. But I couldn't collect 20 of them. I only needed one more. If I had one more, maybe the accident wouldn't have happened. A very sad memory of a flag from a kid's meal. I kept waiting for my parents to come home from the mall. I was hungry, so I started to eat some dried fish. If I ate too much, my mother would find out, so I was careful not to gorge myself. Then the phone rang. I assumed it was from my parents. I answered the phone in an angry manner, but it wasn't them at all. A phone call of fate. What happened to the house? We had rented it, so maybe somebody else had already moved in. What happened to my room? What about my desk and all the flags over in the right middle drawer? If it wasn't my house anymore, then where was I supposed to go? Even if it remained my house, my parents wouldn't be there to welcome me or protect me. Just because I didn't have my parents to protect me, the whole world became so cruel. How could anyone take me away from the house I was used to living in, just because my parents were gone? Why didn't they just leave me alone? They asked me many things. They tried to confirm many things. But how could I have understood any of the forms they gave me? I was asked a yes or no question. I had no choice but to answer yes. And before I knew it, I ended up at the orphanage. It was beyond heartless. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just a little girl. I had to sign so many papers. But why this? The warm and gentle world ended suddenly without advance notice. And I was thrown into the cruel and merciless world alone. That kind of scared me. I'm not gonna lie. I got jump scared a little bit. that sound effect got me. Was this the real world? Did I have any allies at all? Just because my parents died and I didn't have any relatives, the world had become so sad. When is the die going to come up with a 6 instead of a 1 to make up for the continuous series of the latter? Tears were pouring down my cheeks. The salty taste further saddened and irritated me. I couldn't do anything but cry, but no matter how hard I cried or pitied myself, the cold rain wouldn't warm my body or save me. I didn't even know where I was or in which direction I should go. Eriko showed me the map to the House of Love and Mercy when we were planning our escape, but we only learned the shortest route. I was completely lost, but strangely, after I finished crying, I felt a groundless strength within myself. I once learned that tears wash away particles in the eyes, but there's a different purpose to them too. Tears also wash away what's in the heart. I clenched my fist and forced my feet to move. I head in the direction that I believed to be correct on the gravel road. It's so fucked up that she has to go through this, man. Like, obviously we know Takano's a villain in what she does, and so it's kind of hard to feel mercy for her or like feel bad for her. It's like crazy thinking about like just these moments like where she's talking about like, you know, I didn't do anything wrong. I was just a little girl, and then also seeing her as the heartless killer who kills Rena, kills Rika, kills Satoko, right? Like kills Mio and kills Shion, right? Like she does these things. Like it's crazy to see how warped everything has become for her. I'm intrigued to see where this is going to go. The rain was still pouring, and it was getting darker and darker. I roared at the sky amidst the rain. My sadness was turning into anger.
神様のバカ！どうして私がこんな目に遭わなくちゃならないの？私が何をしたの？何もしてない。ただ普通に生活してただけ。そんな私がどうしてこんな目に遭わなくちゃならないの？人生はいいことと悪いことと2つあって、どちらも長続きしないってお父さんが言ってた。
Dude. It's amazing how they go from the end of last chapter showing how merciless this person becomes to now we're seeing this and you feel for him, right? And that's not to say that it justifies their actions or anything even close to that, really. But like it's amazing how quickly we've gone from like, wow, this person is actual scum, to, you know what, like, I feel for them, right? It doesn't mean I forgive them for being scum, but I feel for them, like, you know, the kid version of them.
なら、これだって長続きしないんだよね。いつまでも私はこんなひどいところに一人ぼっちじゃないんだよね。ねえ、そうなんでしょ？
As I looked up, I felt the raindrops hit my face. There is no God. I knew that in my heart. But such disbelief wouldn't save me. If I believed he was there, I should have been saved. No, I needed him to be there. Was he going to answer me? I heard thunder, and I realized he was there. He was there, and he was listening to me. In his eyes, everyone was supposed to be equal, and he was listening to me.
もう私は十分辛い思いをした。十分すぎるくらいに。これまでがそれに見合うくらいに幸せすぎたなら、この不幸を甘んじて私は受けることもあるかもしれない。でもそんなことなかった。私は普通の生活をしてきたに過ぎない。それが幸せじゃなかったのかと言われたら、確かにそれは幸せだったのかもしれないけど、だからってそれの裏返しがこれではあまりに見合わない。
I heard thunder again. He was listening. I continued.
もし私の運命が神様の何かの間違いだというのなら、もう私を解放して、これで私の不幸を終わりにして、私を今日までの不幸に見合う幸福に導いて。でももしこれが私に与えられた運命で、このまま私に生涯を終えろというのなら、こんな人生いらない。私を殺してよ。その雷で私を打ちつければいい。 落雷で殺されてしまうという最後の不運を私に見舞えばいい。
Damn, bro. Why does this character always have the best voice performances? Holy shit. I don't know if this is the same, like, voice actress, but god damn, they're killing it.
さあ、試してみなさい。私の人生を無慈悲に奪ったように、 その雷で無慈悲に私を打ち据えればいい。
I heard thunder again. It was loud enough to make me shiver. Normally I would just hide in the house and wait until the thunder went away. But on that day, I wasn't afraid.
さあ、殺せ。
Why are we zoomed in so much? Damn!
田無美代子はここにいる。私のお父さんとお母さんを奪ったように、私の命もここから奪え。
The heavens replied to my provocation. The heavens took aim at me, a lowly human who dared sling constant, insolent insults at them. That was my wish. I opened my arms. He's God, so he wouldn't miss me. However, I guess even God makes mistakes sometimes. Although he's supposed to be fair, he had been unfair with me.
さあ狙え、殺せ。私を天に連れて行け。だがもし私を殺し損ねたなら、私の運命をひっくり返してみろ。
A flash from heaven. I thought I smelled something burning just before it hit. Sheer force knocked me to the ground. It was a strange experience. It was something that had just happened. But it already felt like it happened many years ago. I had no idea how long I was down for. I smelled something odd. The bad stench woke me up. When I looked, I saw that a huge tree behind me had been split open. Its leaves were smoldering. I looked up and saw sparks in the darkness. I couldn't understand what just happened. I just stood there. The thunderbolt had struck. It didn't strike me. It struck the tree behind me. I didn't get to die. He was telling me to keep walking in the woods in the cold rain. I won my bet with God. I bet my life. I bet my life against the lightning and thunder. They could have killed me instantly, but he missed, so he had to fix my life. I looked up at the sky, laughing and bragging that I was still alive. I heard thunder again. It was acknowledging its loss. Come on, God. Save me. I won the bet, so save me from this misery. Who is that? Is that someone we know? I stood there. I waited for God to do something while the rain poured down on me. I don't know why my brain no working good. Oh my goodness. Who the hell am I thinking of? What is her name? Not Rika, the entity that she sees. Hanyu. Is this Hanyu? I mean, that's my best guess. I don't know if that's Hanyu's voice. I'm terrible at recognizing voices, unfortunately. I waited for God to do something while the rain poured down on me, but he didn't answer me again. I couldn't hear the thunder anymore. Again, I felt the warm tears pour down my cheeks. What was I thinking? If there was a God in heaven, he wouldn't have let anything like this happen to me. My miserable life was the proof of God's non-existence. The darkness was about to swallow me utterly. Would I have to sleep out there? God must have wanted me to die slowly in this cold rain instead of granting me an instant death by lightning. I wish the sun would go away. I wish the sun would never rise. I wish that, as the woods had grown completely dark, my existence would be hidden by that darkness. I wish that I could just disappear. Had it been an eternity, or was it a matter of seconds? I couldn't even tell time in such darkness. It was then that I saw something. It was a light. I noticed it only because the woods were so dark. But was it really there? Had it been there this whole time? I felt like the light was inviting me towards it. It was a fluorescent light. I didn't normally like fluorescent lights, because I always thought they looked cold. But I didn't feel coldness from that white light. I made myself believe that the light was a guide sent by God. I had to believe, otherwise I wouldn't be saved. The light reflected in a puddle. It wasn't a muddy puddle. It was a puddle on asphalt. I had made it out of the woods and was on a paved road. The light was a street light. Being on a paved road didn't really resolve anything. It was just a country road. It was a road that went through the woods, so there were no houses, no shops, and not even a single car going by. There weren't too many streetlights on the road, so it was still very dark. My feet touched the asphalt. It felt so different from the gravel I'd been walking on earlier. It felt almost merciful. My feet had grown used to walking on gravel. But after feeling the softness of asphalt, I never wanted to go back to the former again. I could only choose between heading left or heading right. I was grateful to God for leading me to this asphalt road, but I wish that he had given me a little more guidance. Such a little bit of luck couldn't make up for all the unhappiness I'd gone through. And that was when I sensed his guidance. I saw another light in the distance. It was only on the right side. I headed towards it, and when I got there, I understood what it was. I was amazed to find it there. A telephone booth. Who would actually make a call in the middle of nowhere? A telephone booth in the countryside was rather unusual. There were plenty of red public phones all over, but I'd always thought telephone booths only existed in big cities. It almost looked as though the telephone booth had been put there as punishment for doing something bad. When I thought that, I felt bad for the lonely telephone booth. It reminded me of myself. Even if I went inside the telephone booth, what can I even do in there anyway? I already knew the answer to that question, but no matter what, I just had to get in there. The door squeaked as I opened it. There were lots of moths and other bugs flittering around the lights. I usually hated bugs, but in that moment I felt like they were my friends, sheltering from the rain like me. There was no heater, but it was still very warm inside of the booth. It sheltered me from the cold rain. Soon enough, I crumbled to the floor. The warmth from the fluorescent light embraced me gently, and I felt like it was telling me that it was okay to cry. I had no more tears left, because I cried them all when the lightning struck. Aching scratches covered my body. My calves were in pain too. Everything hurt everywhere, and I didn't want to get up ever again. I wished I could fall asleep. But if I did that, the staff from the orphanage might find me. The windows on the booth were high up, so if I sat down, I wouldn't be visible from the outside. But as it was the only shelter in these dark woods, the staff would be sure to check it. That was why I couldn't stay there for long. Telephone booths from back then weren't completely made of glass, so it was possible to hide inside one. My exhausted spirit understood that I had to move, but I just couldn't make myself. Maybe I was experiencing some kind of vision. I felt a strange calmness that I'd never experienced before. I didn't feel that I was myself. It was very strange. I thought that maybe I was killed by that lightning. I'd assumed I was still Miyoko Tanashi, but maybe I wasn't her at all. I seriously considered those things. Then I started to think that the telephone booth had something to do with it, because God led me there. He couldn't have done so just because it was providing shelter from the rain. There had to be something else. I wondered what it was. Could there be something in the booth that could save me? But what? A telephone booth is used to make a phone call, but I didn't have any money. But then, I noticed something that looked like copper. My heart skipped a beat. The 10-yen coin I saw wasn't there before. Did I just miss it? I didn't think so. It must have just showed up. In other words, this 10-yen coin was guidance from God. He was telling me to make a call with that coin. But who? There was no telephone book. In that case, I can only call a number I knew. Did God want me to do that then? There was only one coin. I can only call one number. And I couldn't talk for that long. I challenged God earlier, so it was just a matter of course to think that God was challenging me in return. I had only one chance. He wanted me to test my luck with that chance. I left the phone booth and looked up at the sky, and I yelled in my heart, "You're on, God!" I wondered who I could call. Who? My house? My parents were dead, and I had no relatives. Even if I called, nobody would answer. Actually, the phone bill wouldn't have been paid for a long time, so the phone line would already be disconnected. My house was my lost life itself. The debris of my life. Calling home would simply be an expression of regret, which ran counter to the positive attitude of one trying to change their life. So surely using the coin to call my house was wrong, which meant I had to cast this 10-yen coin toward my future. Future. My future. What future, anyway? And I heard a huge thunderclap, which cleared my mind. That's a serene song already, so far. In that clear state of mind, I saw something from the past. It was the last sight of my father. His final moments on the hospital bed, though suffering from pain, he tried to tell me something very important.
もしもな、お父さんが死んだら、
Right.
高野先生を頼りなさい。高野、ひふみ先生だよ。言ってみなさい。
高野ひふみ？
そうだ。高野、ひふみ先生だよ。高野先生はお父さんの恩師なんだ。きっとお前を助ける。
お父さん、お父さん、お父さん、お父さん。
Many doctors came into the room in a hurry. He wanted to tell me something else, but the doctor stopped him from talking so it wasn't audible. It shouldn't have been what it was to me. It was the phone number. Oh man. Okay, I was wondering how the hell she met him. But maybe she always heard the number. I heard it. I heard it. But I didn't want to hear him say it while suffering, so I pretended that I didn't hear. He said it while coughing. I heard it. They were numbers. I swallowed once. That's right. It was a phone number. He knew nobody would take me in because we had no relatives. He told me to get in touch with him, Dr. Takano. He tried to tell me his phone number. What had I done? He tried so hard, using his last chance to tell me the most important thing. The thunder from earlier had made me remember it. The number I couldn't remember even once came out so smoothly. I dialed it in. This really was it. This was the number from my father's teacher, Dr. Takano. My hand stopped just as I tried to put the coin in. What if I hadn't remembered it correctly? No, there was no need to hesitate. I had to believe in myself. This had to be the correct number. I had to dial it before I forgot it again. I picked up the phone and put the coin in. Beep. I heard the dial tone on the other end. At that point, I decided to kill myself if it didn't work. I would go back into the woods and wait for another lightning bolt. I could lie down and let the rainwater drown me too. I could also fall asleep in the middle of the road and wait for a car to run me over. I made up my mind and put the coin in. I mean, that's just so grim. That's the point she was at. I didn't hesitate any longer. I dialed the number at once, but I had to be careful. If you dial quickly, sometimes you can make mistakes. I was getting irritated, and it almost made the phone number go vague in my head. I dialed the last digit, and heard some electronic sounds on the other end. I hoped that I dialed the correct number. I didn't know what to say to Dr. Takano if it did connect. Where was I? What was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to ask him? I didn't know any of those things. Making a call isn't cheap. 1 10-yen coin would only buy me short time to talk. That line must have connected then. I heard a ringtone. I only had a short time once someone answered the phone. I thought for a moment that I should put the phone down. Then I could at least get the coin back. I could call back after sorting out my thoughts. But then someone answered.
もしもし、高野です。
I felt like I was suffocating. My memory had been correct. I couldn't tell the age of the speaker, but it was a grown man's voice. Anyone who was my father's teacher must have been quite old. Never mind that. I had to hurry and say something. Hurry, hurry.
高野先生ですか？高野ひふみ先生ですか？
ん？そうですが、どちら様ですか？
He must have been suspicious. I couldn't blame him. A stranger was asking him about his name. Of course he'd get suspicious.
ごめんなさい。私、タナシって言います。タナシミヨコと申します。
タナシさん？はい。
私の父に、父は、タナシタケミツと言います。
タナシ。ああ、タナシ君。ああ。
His voice suddenly changed. Dr. Takano had remembered his old student.
私、娘です。お父さんに電話しろって言われて。
タナシ君に何かあったんですか？
Ah, not good. I was gonna run out of time.
お父さんとお母さんが、それで、高野先生に電話しろって言われたんです。
タナシ君がお亡くなりに？そうですか。二人とも？それは本当にお気の毒です。タナシ君は私が大学で講師をしていた時、しばらく交流があったことがあります。
We're gonna run out of time if you keep yapping.
何事にも勤勉な良い青年でした。結婚式に呼んでもらった時にあったのが最後だったような気がします。
Obviously he didn't know I was born, but he remembered my father. That was truly a stroke of luck.
それで、タナシ君は私に何と？
I didn't know what to say. I was only told to call Dr. Takano. How could I tell him that? My time was running out. I felt more and more anxious by the minute. Phone calls are disconnected without notice, but somehow I sensed it. I only had enough time left for one sentence, so I decided to say one sentence filled with all of my hopes. The phone call got disconnected. Maybe he only heard part of what I said. I could only hope he was able to sense my despair. I couldn't hear anything from the receiver anymore, but I actually talked to Dr. Takano. I confirmed that Dr. Takano existed. He existed, and he remembered my father. If he grieved over his student's death, he would come visit my house, and he would find out I was sent to an orphanage. Then he would come get me. That's when tears flowed down my cheeks again. I thought that my life was hopeless. I never knew that finding even a grain of hope could make me feel so happy and strong. The voice I heard on the phone was so warm and dependable. My father must have thought about me for a long time in that hospital bed. He came up with a name that he could trust his daughter with. Dr. Hifumi Takano. So I could trust Dr. Takano. I had to believe that he would find me. But it might take more than just a few days. I'd have to wait patiently. A few days? A month? More? I can only wait patiently. Either way, I couldn't stay in the telephone box. The staff would easily find me there. I went out into the rain again, but this time the rain felt a little warmer than before. I had wished to die by lightning, but after that phone call, I was filled with hope and the will to live. I wanted to live, and that was why I felt pain all over my body. When I still wished to die, I didn't feel anything. I had to wait patiently until Dr. Takano came to pick me up. I had to get to the House of Love and Mercy. That would be the best place to wait for him. I didn't think the orphanage would tell him I escaped to the House of Love and Mercy, but the house wouldn't stop me from calling him. All I'd have to do was call him again and let him know where I was. But I didn't know where I could find the House of Love and Mercy. I couldn't see any signs anywhere, and I didn't even know what direction the orphanage I escaped from was in. But I couldn't just stop. I had to walk. I had to find shelter. I had to find someone and ask for directions to the House of Love and Mercy. I had to keep going because I finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The chills and throbbing pain tormented me, but I couldn't die until I met Takano-sensei. I wished a car would come by. If it was someone who lived in the area, I could ask, but the police wouldn't do me any good. I was sure the orphanage had already called the police about our escape, and they wouldn't be forgiving. The police were sure to send me back to the orphanage. Either way, I wish that someone would show up. Either way, otherwise I'd have to keep walking on the asphalt in the darkness forever. How long did I walk? Still no car. Just as I couldn't help but think that maybe the world perished, leaving only me behind, a car showed up. I sensed the car coming up behind me, so I turned around. I saw their headlights approaching me. I thought for a moment, should I stand in the middle of the street to stop the car? It was so dark. I didn't think the car would notice if I just waved at it. If I were to stand in the middle of the street, I could get run over. While I thought that, the car was getting closer and closer. When I made the phone call, I panicked and didn't know what to say. So with this car, I'd have to think very carefully. If I couldn't think of anything, then I should just let the car go. With those thoughts vaguely in my mind, I was incredibly surprised when the car slammed the brakes with a screech and came to a stop. Maybe I wasn't all there after that miraculous experience of lightning striking near me. I'd half lost my mind in those dark woods, so I probably wasn't thinking very straight. Because the car had stopped after recognizing me. In other words, the driver knew who I was, and the only people in the area who recognized me were... Uh-oh. No. Suddenly, a chill ran through my whole body. I started to dash away. I heard a voice calling after me. I no longer had the strength to run. My feet were trembling, and I couldn't make them cooperate. I realized that I shouldn't have sat down in the telephone booth. That was why I couldn't keep running. I was suddenly grabbed from behind, the collar of my clothes almost choking me. I heard fabric being ripped. I fell in a puddle, and a staff member got on top of me. This time, his finger wasn't in my mouth. All I could do was struggle. As I did so, I remembered all the scary stories Eriko and the others told me. All the torture the child who was caught had to endure. The drowned ducky punishment, the mashed caterpillar punishment, and the splayed piggy punishment. The names of those eerie-sounding punishments came to my mind. I screamed and struggled with all my might, but it was too late. I was shoved into the back of the car. Why couldn't they just let me go? Simple. They didn't want me talking about them to anybody. The staff were yelling and screaming while chasing me, but once we were in the car, they went silent. It was like the Grim Reaper had come to get me. Whether I liked it or not, I had to come to terms with the fact that my luck had run out. But, I'd called Takano-sensei, so I knew he would come to get me. I didn't know when that would be, but I knew it would happen someday. So I wanted to live. I would be saved if I lived. I couldn't even imagine the kind of punishment that was waiting for me. But even so, I said to myself, I have to live. I'd already found the light at the end of the tunnel. All I had to do was endure until I reached it. The car stopped. We had arrived at the front gate of the orphanage. The two staff members grabbed my shoulders so I wouldn't run. My shoulders were very skinny, so it hurt a lot. I was scared. Scared of what I would have to go through. We went through the door, and I was finally sheltered from the rain. In a way, I wasn't sheltered at all, though. It was the middle of the night, and long past time to turn all the lights off. The orphanage should have been quiet. But I heard a noise. It was a strange noise. The noise of a shower. The noise of metal objects crashing into each other. Don't tell me everyone got caught. Also the staff's yelling and screaming. A chill went down my spine. What could I possibly write down to fully describe this fear? The staff member knocked on the door of the storage room and the door opened. The moment it did, an angry roar issued from inside. The sight leapt into my eyes. I couldn't completely take in the bizarre scene before me. Two staff members were hitting a mat with bamboo swords while yelling violently. It was a mat used in, you know, the one you use when you do gymnastics. Why was it rolled up like that? Well, the mat was tied with a string and was standing up in the corner. The staff members kept hitting it. Usually words are said to a person, but why were they yelling at a rolled up mat? The way they were hitting and yelling at it, it was as if they'd gone mad. One of the kids is definitely in there. Oh my god, man. But wait, I could see something sticking out from the top of the rolled up mat. It was... let me see. Whose shoes were those? All of a sudden I froze, and couldn't think anymore. One man stood in front of me. The man's pinky finger was wrapped in bandages. My eyes moved upwards from his pinky finger and met with his. The beast's eyes met mine, peering with intent to devour me. I squeezed out a voiceless scream. My voice didn't come out, so it was more like a goldfish opening and closing its mouth. The beast stuck his little finger in front of me and roared. I couldn't tell if it was a word or a meaningless shriek, but I was certain it was something abusive. I was scared. I didn't want to die. I wanted to live. I knew that Dr. Takano would show up to save me. That's why I had to live and submit myself to the fear. I'm sorry. The hand with the bandages grabbed my hair and dragged me along. All I could do was apologize and beg for forgiveness while hoping the beast had even a tiny bit of mercy in him. I was like a broken, apologizing doll. A mad doll that kept muttering apologies until its key wound down. I was their toy, shedding tears, coughing blood, and apologizing in place of clicking gears. I could see into the shower room while he dragged me along. The door was open and I heard wailing from the inside. This was very strange. There was a locker on its side in the shower. What an odd sight. The locker was taking a shower, sideways. Oh my fucking god. I'd never even imagined anything like it before. The locker was taking a cold shower while two staff members hit it with bamboo swords. That explained the metallic noise I heard before. The beast didn't want me to see that. He pulled my hair violently and twisted my neck so that I looked in the opposite direction. Then I realized he didn't do that to stop me from watching that shower. He did it to make me look at something else. I saw a window in a courtyard. Usually it was too dark to see anything, but the lights were on and the courtyard was very bright. And I saw it. Inside of the hen house, I saw XXXXX. What is that? XXX and XXX. XXX? That hair was Eriko's. XXX? XXX? Why was she XXX? That was far too XXX. Oh my goodness. Bro. Dude, is she fucking dead? I'm sorry. I don't want to die. I know Dr. Takano is coming to save me. I know he's coming. I was taken to the staff bathroom. It stunk of ammonia. I saw an XXX, which just doesn't fit in a bathroom. Why was this in the bathroom, I thought? He's not planning to blank me with blank, is he? No, wait, no.
これは施設のルールを守らない悪い子でみんなちゃんとルールに沿って生活している。それを守らなかったらお仕置きを受けなきゃならないのが法治国家のルールなんだからな。
I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. I'll do everything you tell me I'll do everything you tell me to do. I promise, I really do. Please spare me. Please spare me from blank. No, that hurts. No. Oh my goodness. Dude, this is fucking terrible. I'm guessing that's the subchapter? Yeah. Dear fucking God. Wow. I'm struggling to find things to say. Fuck, that subchapter, that part of it specifically was crazy. Okay, I mean, the very brief summary of this subchapter is, once again, we kind of see the modern Takano kind of progressing, right? We see as, like, she continues along, and she, like, in the plan, and she secured her funding, and she secures Irie specifically as the director of the project. Somebody who is mostly just interested in being a doctor and has great ambition, but isn't really there for the people side of things. He's just a puppet. And they celebrate the success of finding Irie, who is, at the time, he's just a brilliant, like, scientist and doctor who was trying to lobotomize people. Because he truly believed that a lot of people, like, people weren't villains naturally, right? And something brought them, like, something with their brain is what eventually, like, you did, like, a brain illness, right? Is what caused people to act out like that. And so he believed that psychosurgery and things like that were the way to handle this. Just doing surgery on the brain. And he, as this was banned, and he was, like, the biggest proponent of it, he was kind of ostracized from the medical field, and he was looking for a second chance. Anything, and especially when you present him the opportunity of, hey, we've got a chance to, not only, right, like, are we giving you a chance, we're giving you a chance specifically to, like, to do research regarding the brain and emotions and the frontal lobe, right? Like some parasite that is infecting people, and you'll get to learn about these things, right? And it's an opportunity he absolutely can't say no to. That high rank, the position, like a power, the research he's going to get to do, the facilities he's going to get. He can't say no to that, and he doesn't. And so they go back, and they're celebrating this great victory for Takano and the opening of the Irie Institute. Or not opening, rather, but the foundation of it. When Takano gets, she gets a little drunk and heads out into the rain, and she flashes back. She flashes back to Miyoko, right? Who I'm, like, almost positive that's her. I guess technically there's the small chance that it's not her. It just seems very unlikely that it's not her. And when I say it's the small chance that it's not her, like, the small chance that it's, like, her mom or something, right? And Miyoko is, like, her actual mom, right? But I don't really buy that. I'm pretty sure that's just Takano, and she just took the, the ko off her name. And we see her flashback of her in the woods in the rain, right? And, like, she's desperately searching for any hope, right? And she reaches a point where she doesn't know where to go. She doesn't know if she can continue, and there's lightning, right? She screams out to God, like, look, either kill me right now or let me change my destiny. Like, I've endured enough, right? I'm just a little girl, right? Like, I didn't deserve this, right? Which is, real ironic, but that's not the point right now. I kind of mentioned that before, the irony of how she got from that point as a little girl, a scared little girl who was desperately, like, trying to change her fate, and obviously the parallels with Rika, and how she becomes so heartless and willing to kill innocent girls, right? As she reaches that point, we'll fully see how we get there. We've already got some ideas, but the point is, she was there, and she was begging, like, kill me with this next lightning bolt, or give me hope, right? Let me change my destiny. And the lightning bolt just barely misses her. And she takes it as a sign from God, and she's like, well, I still don't really know where to go. But then she finds 2 lights in a row, right, that lead her to a telephone booth, which has a 10 yen coin in it that she strongly believes was not there, and that was placed there to give her a chance at 1 phone call. And she decides it's a test, and she needs to remember, like, she needs to look towards her future, right, and save herself. And she remembers Dr. Takano's phone number that was uttered to her right before her father's death, or the surgery that ended with him, like, his death. And she calls Dr. Takano and screams for help, right? After establishing who she is, she screams for help, and she decides she can't stay there and to keep moving down the road, but the car catches up to her and she realizes a little too late that it was one of the staff members who they take her back to the orphanage, and it seems as though everyone got caught. It seems that way, because there was someone in the locker, there was someone in the gymnastics mat, and Eriko seemed to be in the hen house, and it might have been, I think it was implying she was dead. That's what it seemed to be implying to me, is that she was dead. And now it's Takano's turn to have to deal with this abuse. They are genuinely abusing the hell out of them. And I mean, that's where things leave off, right? Like, and what happens there? How does Takano escape the situation? I don't know. I'm very intrigued to see. So we're just going to go ahead and continue in the next sub-chapter. I know this is a long one, but like I said, I'm trying to make them long. We're just getting right back into it. How long have I been crying? I don't even know how long I've been comforted like this. My grandfather's hand is on my cheek to comfort me. I'm holding his hand lovingly and pressing my cheek against it.
落ち着いたかな?
Okay, honestly, as stupid as it sounds, just Miyoko calling Hifumi grandpa's proof enough, right? That this is obviously Miyo Takano. Which again, I thought was pretty obvious, but there was like the tiny chance that it wasn't. But like, I don't know how she would have had flashbacks, right? Like, it doesn't really make sense. Like, it would have had to be like, you think it's a flashback and it's not. This was the much more obvious conclusion, but... God. It's hard to see. Even knowing what Takano does, it's really hard to see her like this. I mean, like, of course it's always hard to see, you know, like, a child like this. Fuck. And it's obviously kind of telling that story of the way something like this can affect you, right? My grandfather put his other hand on my head. The warmth of his palms gradually calmed me down. Piles of documents were all around me. It was a mistake to sort through data while lying on a fluffy carpet. I must have fallen asleep and had a terrible dream.
うつ伏せに寝ると胸が苦しくて悪い夢を見やすいんだよ。もうこんな時間だ。美代子は部屋に帰って寝なさい。
全然平気。居眠りしちゃってたから眠気がなくなっちゃった。
She's scared to go back to sleep, of course.
もうすぐで終わるの。だから終わらせちゃうね。
明日も学校がある。もう寝ないとまた先生にあくびを怒られてしまうよ。
I've been going to bed late recently. Because of that, I yawn a lot at school. My teacher must have written a note to my grandfather.
大丈夫。ちゃんと終わったら寝る。だから続きをさせて。それに、おじいちゃんも私に構ってちゃダメ。早く書斎に戻って論文の続きを書くの。
The day for him to present his findings is approaching. He's been working so hard, devoting himself to his research, but there's unfortunately a limit to what an individual can do. He needs a collaborator in order to go further with his research. He has to explain that his investigation could be the key to solving the mysteries of human behavior and make people understand just how important his work is. But this research is about a very complicated subject, so he couldn't seek assistance from just anyone. Someone will be able to help him one day. Believing that, my grandfather earnestly continued his research. I want to help him more, but all I can do is sort through his data and tidy up his materials. I also assist him around the house so he can concentrate more on his research. He always tells me how helpful I am, but that isn't enough for me. I'll study hard, get into a good college, and learn many things, so I can actually be of assistance to his research. I'm a mediocre student right now, and I don't particularly like school, but I will do it. I want to help my grandfather. If If his heart were to fail and he couldn't continue his research, I wouldn't hesitate to cut open my own chest and offer my heart up for him. If he needs lungs, I'll give him my lungs. If any of his organs fail, I'll give him mine. There's nothing strange about those feelings. They're perfectly normal ones. Or if he had found me even a day later, I might not have been alive. Or even if I lived, it would either be without my body intact or with my mind lost to me. In other words, I'm alive because my grandfather came to save me. If he hadn't rushed to find me, I wouldn't be here. So I won't hesitate to give up my life for him. Moreover, I'd be more than happy to do that. Even though I want to be with him forever. Human lives aren't immortal. Just like how my parents died, it happens so suddenly, without any warning. I'll never heal from my parents' deaths. When I don't have my grandfather, I'm not sad. However, his existence isn't eternal either. Okay, I think I gotta turn this music down just a little bit. Like, not too much, but it seems a little loud to me. I don't know. Maybe the music was fine. However, his existence isn't eternal either. He may disappear all of a sudden for any unexpected reason, just like my parents. That's why I wish to be part of him. That way, no matter what happens, we'll be together forever. I don't want to be alone ever again. I want to be with my grandfather forever. I want to help him forever.
わかった。じゃあ、この資料の整理が終わったらちゃんと寝るんだよ。約束。
約束。
I don't think we really needed a speech to know exactly how much he means to her, but I mean, it really, really, really drives it in, you know? We pinky promised after that. We smiled at each other, and my grandfather went back to his study. The dried up tears are making my cheeks itch. I headed to the bathroom to wash my face and brush my teeth. I looked up at my face in the mirror. None of my grandfather's features are recognizable on my face. Of course they aren't. We're not related. He must have a family too, but I've never heard about them. He doesn't seem to want to talk about that subject, so I don't ever ask him about it. I don't care if he has real grandchildren or not. Even if I'm not related to him, I'm a granddaughter of Hifumi Takano. I'm not just a granddaughter either. I want to be more than that. I don't want a parent and child relationship, nor a lover's relationship. Nothing like that. I'd hope not. I want something more certain that binds our souls. Something that not even a tragedy can destroy. Well, I am Miyoko Takano, Hifumi Takano's granddaughter. Maybe it should be Miyo instead. That's what my grandfather sometimes calls me. I want to succeed Hifumi's spirit. Since his name counts from 1 to 3, I want us to share that 3 and be the 4th in his line. Today, my name changes. I wrote that new name in the mirror. Miyo Takano. What a wonderful name for the new me. I didn't know it did that. Point is, it's spiritual, right? Like it's like, or like a symbolic, right? Name is what I meant, not spiritual. It's symbolic. The fact that she's changing her name at all to like relate to him in some way, right? Really makes it clear, even more clear, just how much he means to him, and especially he means to her, rather. And especially knowing that she keeps this name, right? Like, it truly means everything to her. What a wonderful name for the new me.
Taisa殿、ご無沙汰いたしております。
高野くん、だからもう大差はなしだよ。なしなし。暮れに具合を悪くしたと聞いてから。でも元気そうで何より。
My grandfather always told me he doesn't have any friends. He used to tell me everyone died in the war, but that's not true. He has one very close friend. This is him. He's an elderly man my grandfather calls Colonel Koizumi. I don't know exactly where they met, but every time they get together, all they talk about is the military and the war. So I guess that's where they met.
ミオちゃんも大きくなったね。今身長は何センチくらいになったんだい？
この間身体検査があったけど、2センチ伸びました。
そうかそうか。育ち盛りはいいの。いっぱい食べて、いっぱい運動して、いっぱい大きくなるんだよ。 いいなあ、高野くんはこんなに可愛いお孫さんに恵まれて。
Mr. Koizumi knows that my grandfather and I aren't related, but he always calls me his granddaughter. That makes me very happy, so I poured a little more black tea in his cup. After I finished serving tea, I left with a bow. I want to stay and listen to them talk, but I guess my grandfather doesn't want me to hear the stories of the war, so he always makes me leave. I left before I was told to, but having to leave doesn't mean I need to go to a different room. I just headed to the other side of this huge living room instead. Although I'm not right by them, I can still sit on a sofa and listen to their conversation. And if they need something, I can come help them right away. I try to earn points that way to prove I'm useful. I sat on a sofa away from them and started reading an encyclopedia. While doing that, I tried to listen to their conversation.
それはよかった。教授たちは都合が合えば再来週の日曜日にも早速来たいって言ってくれたよ。
本当ですか？ありがとうございます、小泉さん。
いや、高野くんが書いたレポートがそれだけ興味深かったことの証左だの。かなり関心を持ってくれてね。ノーベル賞ものの研究になるかもしれないと非常に受けが良かった。
Yeah, that's not quite how that goes.
ノーベル賞だなんてそんな。いや、お言葉だけでも恐縮です。
My grandfather laughed. Since he laughed so cheerfully, something great must have happened. Mr. Koizumi must have shown the society the essay my grandfather was about to announce and gauged their reactions. And supposedly they found it extremely interesting. That means they recognized the value of my grandfather's research. That makes me happy too.
しかし、いつも心配なのは、君自身がひなみ沢症候群に感染してしまってやしないかということだね。
I wonder if that's what happened.
君が自分の首をかきむしるようなことがないよ。
ひょっとすると、私もすでに感染しているかもしれませんな。でも、ひなみ沢症候群は、普通に生活する分には決して危険な病気ではないのです。
I mean, yeah, but it can become very not harmless, very easy.
村人たちがお社様信仰を作り出し、厳しい戒律で自らを縛った頃はかなり危険な病気だったかもしれない。でも時間とともにそれは薄まり、今ではよっぽどのことがない限り発症することはないようです。
That much is true. Usually there needs to be a major stressor in your life, to really cause it to flare up, it seems.
あれだけの発症例があったの。
ひなみ沢症候群の発症には特に精神の状態が重要なのです。普通に心穏やかに生活している分には何にも悪さをしない病気なのです。
戦争という異常な状況下で精神が追い詰められた時のみ。
そうです。なーに恐れることなどないのですよ。初期の自覚症状はうつ状態に似た疑心暗鬼。それを自覚したら高野式呼吸法などにより心身のリラックスを図り、かつ9時間以上の睡眠を1週間以上とる。これで発症など未然に防げてしまうのです。
Gotta practice mindfulness.
実際私の指導下にあったひなみ沢出身兵士は一人も開始しませんでしたぞ。
As he talks, Grandfather started demonstrating the Takano breathing method and a bizarre exercise technique. According to him, this technique relaxes the body and lets blood and lymphatic fluid flow smoothly. As a result, you relax emotionally too. But the movements involved in the technique are so weird. I had to look away because my grandfather looked so silly. That was the one thing about his research that I felt bad about. Oh. Grandfather asked me to do this exercise too. I don't want to make him sad, so I do it when instructed.
はあ、ならばいいんだがね。
I wonder if she really does have Hinamizawa syndrome the whole time, but she's able to manage the symptoms.
研究対象が元で死に至ってる医学者は過去にもたくさんいる。君も気をつけての。
だが、研究に準じた彼らの偉業は死後も揺るがない。研究者としては本懐でしたでしょうな。
Grandfather tells me about Hideo Noguchi often. He was born as the son of a poor farmer, but he studied hard and became a doctor. However, he was mistreated because of his background, so he left Japan. He moved to the United States. There he made many accomplishments as a researcher. He discovered a vaccine for yellow fever. Grandfather's background is somewhat similar to his, so he often said that of all researchers, he admired him the most. Hideo Noguchi died in North Africa, while he discovered a vaccine for yellow fever. He heard it wasn't effective on yellow fever in North Africa. He went there to research it, came down with the disease, and died. A researcher losing his life for his research. Sometimes that is a test of a researcher's courage. In that sense, Grandfather is very brave to visit Hinamizawa himself to gather information. He himself says he may already be infected, although my grandfather estimates from ancient texts that the Hinamizawa syndrome was only a menace centuries ago, and that's no different from the usual bacteria that shares a symbiosis with humans. Many people became ill with the disease during the war, but that was because they were in an extremely abnormal situation. In today's peaceful environment, it's almost impossible for a person to develop symptoms. He sounds very optimistic, but he never brought me with him to Hinamizawa, so maybe he isn't as optimistic as all that. However, since I live with him, there's a possibility that I'm already infected as well. I'm not worried at all. That's because my grandfather has taught me that as long as I maintain myself physically and emotionally, I won't develop any symptoms. I know all about the horrible terminal symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome, but I'm not overly fearful of them. Grandfather's enjoying his conversation with Mr. Koizumi. That's understandable. Mr. Koizumi told him some people showed a great interest in his report. They even want to come over on Sunday, the week after next, to meet and talk to him directly. With the rapid advance of modern medicine, unexplored frontiers are steadily dwindling. Was it possible the Hinamizawa syndrome my grandfather discovered might be a new continent in the field? It'll be decided in 2 weeks. It sounds like there'll be more than one person coming, and it sounds like they're all important people in the society. They're all rich and famous, yet they aren't satisfied with just that. They all want to be involved with something that's worth an international award. This is a chance to gain assistance and sponsorship at the same time.
では再来週。
And we know he's not going to get it.
私も様子を見に来ます。ぜひ頑張ってください。
これもすべて小泉さんのおかげです。本当にありがとうございます。
それは無事賛同者を集められてからにしましょう。その折にはぜひ秘蔵のワインを開けて乾杯といきましょうの。
That was the last of their conversation. My grandfather kept his head bowed until Mr. Koizumi was gone. It sounded like he set up this great chance for my grandfather, so I bowed my head just like him.
聞いてたかい？ようやくチャンスが巡ってきたよ。私のレポートに関心を持ってくれる人が現れたのだ。
I got bad news for you, bro.
聞いてたよ。これでおじいちゃんの研究に協力してくれる人やお金を出してくれる人が現れるんだね。
まだそうと決まったわけじゃないさ。
Although he didn't want to admit it, he had a good feeling about it. The research he had conducted all alone was finally about to gain recognition.
再来週の日曜日なの？
忙しくなるぞ。プレゼンテーションで第一印象のすべてが決まる。資料を読みやすく作り直したり、いや、人前できちんと説明できるよう少し練習をした方がいいかもしれない。
Yeah, you gotta be able to speak it in layman's terms.
とにかく、手落ちがないようにしっかりやらないとな。
資料の作り直しは大事だね。おじいちゃんの字は読みにくいから少し大きめに書いた方がいいと思う。
とにかく忙しくなるぞ。再来週か。うかうかしていたらあっという間だ。
But also dreadfully slow if I had to bet.
そうだね。私もお手伝いするよ。ホルマリンの容器とかのホコリも拭き取らないとね。あと丸まった資料の反りを直さないと。絨毯の下に敷いて一晩も置いたら治るかな。
やらなければならないことは山ほどだな。ミヨ、手伝ってくれるかい？
もちろん。学校休んでお手伝いする。
それはいかん。
We laughed together, thrust our fists into the air, and motivated ourselves to work hard toward the week after next. Since that day, my grandfather spent more time in his study. It's not easy to create a report that you're going to show other people. Copying machines hadn't been invented back then, so everything had to be handwritten. He knows it's somewhere, but he just can't remember where he put the data he needs. As for me, I have to make sure I have enough guest cups to serve tea, so I'm counting them. Do I have enough tea leaves? Maybe I should get something to go with tea. My grandfather knows nothing about these things. There's a whole list of chores to do. I need to clean the windows so the room will be bright. What else? The 2 weeks passed quickly while we busy ourselves getting things done. What a wonderful 2 weeks it is. I can finally feel that I'm actually doing something to help my grandfather with his research. I hope the day of the meeting will be a memorable one for my grandfather. I hope the day will be a beautiful and clear one. Let's say it's going to be memorable, just for not the right reasons, if I had to bet. Just as I wished, the day is beautiful. Evening. My grandfather, having dressed formally, paced around his study nervously. I'm also in a beautiful dress. I've only worn it once before, at my piano recital. I'm not nervous like my grandfather. His silly nervousness actually relaxes me. Are they here yet? Grandfather looked out the window, and a black car stopped in front of the gate. Back then, a car was a luxury item. I don't think I had even one classmate whose family owned a car, so it only makes sense that the men coming out of the car looked respectable. Grandfather and I ran out to welcome them.
ようこそおいでくださいました。高野と申します。今日は本当にようこそ。
お召し物をお預かりします。
I greeted them and filled the role we decided ahead of time, though my being relaxed by my grandfather's silliness ended at that point. Both my grandfather and I were stiff with anxiety as we greeted them now that the moment was here.
はじめまして先生。そしてはじめましてお嬢さん。いえ、お孫さんですかな。
孫です。ミヨ、ご挨拶なさい。
はじめまして、高野美代と申します。
賢そうな子ですね。本日は小泉先生の代理で参りました。小泉先生は急な用事が入ってしまい、本日そのことを大変残念がっておりました。
そうですか。それは残念です。
The person who set up everything isn't here. My grandfather even had his treasured wine ready, just as they promised 2 weeks ago.
皆さん、ご紹介いたします。こちらは高野一二三先生です。高野先生は戦時中、満州の貿易研究所におられ、伝染病予防分野の第一人者として活躍されておりました。また、戦地での栄養失調、食糧難対策として、合成食品や合成種の研究に特に顕著な功績を残されました。
よろしく。
はじめまして。
お邪魔いたします。
The men are even older than my grandfather. They take off their hats one at a time to greet him. Their beards, expensive-looking canes, and glasses tell me they're very high up in the society. Grandfather bows to each one of them.
それでは皆さん、どうぞ書斎へ。誇り臭い場所で大変恐縮です。どうぞこちらへ。ミヨ、皆さんにお茶の準備を。
はい。
I wasn't nervous at all earlier, but now I think I'm the most nervous one. I'm not the one making the presentation, and I'm not the one being evaluated, so it's ridiculous that I'm feeling so nervous. I don't know if I should use that as my excuse. I was so nervous that I knocked over the thermos I'd filled to the brim with hot water, and ruined the black tea I'd chosen specifically for this day. I apologized to my grandfather and started to boil water again. I just need enough for the guests. By the time I had cups of tea and cookies ready, grandfather's presentation was at its key part.
血管もしくはリンパ管を破って脊髄へ侵入し、髄液を通って脳内に至るものと思われます。また死後の解剖結果、脳炎を起こしたものを複数件確認しています。類似の症状をもたらすウイルスは過去の事例を紐解いても数種類あり、その中でも代表的なものは
What? What did you just say? Eosinophilic meningoencephalitis. Sure. I have no clue what that is. I don't think the specifics of exactly what that is are super important. It's something known to be caused by roundworm. Grandfather said, walking between samples in formalin jars and pointing to several as he gave his explanation. There are over 100 formalin jars in here with parts of brains in them. They were all very dusty, so I spent a few days cleaning them. I'm rather proud to see the sparkling jars all lined up like
ただ
this.
し、これらのウイルスが引き起こす症状は多岐にわたります。
On the other hand, symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome are very specific to that disease.
それが喉を自らかきむしる自傷行為だとおっしゃるのですね。
さようです。これについては死亡直前を知る兵士たちの目撃情報から分かっています。この自傷行為はこれまでに知られてきたどのような病状にもありません。ひなみ沢症候群独自のものです。また末期患者にしか見られない行為であることから、これは一部の感染症に見られるのと同じエクソダスであると考えられます。
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I feel like that's something I've raised as an idea before. That is a way for the parasite to get out.
感染者の体内で十分に成長し、幼虫を繁殖させた後、ウイルスは体外へ脱出し、次なる感染者を探すのです。
では、その血液にはウイルスもしくは陽性が満たされているわけであり、貿易の知識のない現地の兵士がそれに触れていたならば、彼らも感染していた可能性があるわけです。にもかかわらず、ひなみ沢出身者以外の兵士に感染例がないことをどうお考えですか？
And that's actually a very good question, honestly.
これについては潜伏期間その他を疑ったのですが、ひなみ沢という地域だけに限定していることから考え、現地の特殊な気候、その他があると考えられます。また辞書で詳しく取り上げておりますが、ひなみ沢の古い土着の信仰から考え、
ありえないですよ。ウイルスに社会性があるなど聞いたこともない。
いえ、ですからこれこそがひなみ沢症候群の画期的な発見の一つでありまして。
Starting to go downhill. The elderly gentleman mumbled to each other while pointing at the data. With that, I finally realized things aren't going too well.
高野先生のご考説を賜りながら、先の資料を拝見させていただきました。まず申し上げて、脳内に潜伏したウイルスが人間の思想をコントロールするなど全くもってありえないことです。
I think, especially with Koizumi not here, they probably came here knowing that they were never going to say yes.
人間の思考は極めて高度な神の芸術ともいえる脳で作られます。
That's like kind of our understanding, is that the reason that he couldn't get sponsors wasn't necessarily because people didn't believe his work or find it intriguing as further, like something to be further studied. It was because they didn't want to potentially re-spark something with China, right? And so I wouldn't be shocked if this is actually basically just a team of diplomats that was sent here to say no, no matter what.
また思想というものは人間の思考の中でも非常に上位のものであり、現在の地球上においては人間にのみ許された高度な能力です。それに介在するウイルスがいるなど考えられませんよ。
同感です。思想とはつまり個より全体を優先した考え方とも言えます。つまり社会性を維持する最前提条件なわけですな。それが遺伝子を残すこと以上の欲求を持たないウイルスごときに宿るわけがない。生物学的にも言ってウイルス性の微細な生命体に社会性、新社会性が発見されたことは一度たりともありません。
しかし脳内の生命体が宿主の行動に干渉するケースは非常に多く報告されており、
高野先生は一つ誤解をされていますな。ウイルスが宿主の行動を支配する原理は常に生殖繁殖のためという極めて原始的理念に基づくものだけです。
Even in the example used before of a rat infected with Toxoplasma gondii losing its aversion to cats, those are behaviors simply a means to let their hosts be eaten by a better host in order to change hosts.
ハリガネムシに寄生されたバッタの受水自殺がいい例ですな。
Which is how the worm leaves.
ハリガネムシは十分に成長すると水生となります。その際、宿主であるバッタを水辺へ誘導して溺死させ、その体内から水中へ脱出する。
その通りです。私はひなみ沢症候群における自殺的な喉のかきむしりもそれに当たると考えまして。
For example, guinea worms escape the body by having the host scratch the affected area.
そうです。すべてのウイルスの目的は繁殖のため。そんな存在が神の芸術ともいえる脳に潜伏し、いや潜伏すること自体は別におかしいことではない。寄生し人間の思想に影響を及ぼすなんてはっきり申し上げて妄言です。
Something like that.
いや危険思想と言ってもいい。
ひなみ沢という村が 閉鎖的文化から独自の信仰を生み出したこと自体はそう不思議には思いません。日本各地に散見するよくあるケースです。だとしたら日本中のそれらの文化は全てウイルスによるものなのですか？
They're doing a solid job at presenting like valid counter arguments for the most part, honestly.
それらは文化的なものであって、ひなみ沢の件に限ってはウイルスによるもの。
Well, yeah, that is exactly what we're suggesting, actually.
その区別をどう立証されたのですか？
いえ、ですから現地で死亡したひなみ沢出身兵士の解剖の結果からそうだと信じるに足るさまざまな。
失礼だが高野先生、信じるに足る臨床データだと語るには、しかもご自身で言われたように戦場という異常な状況下の話です。
ですから次の章で説明しますように、ひなみ沢症候群は疑心暗鬼と緊張、ストレスなどによる微妙なバランスが崩壊した時に、
喉をかきむしるという特徴的かつ異常な自傷行為が複数件あったならば、何かの共通性があるに違いないと疑われるのもユニークかとは思います。
How is that a unique approach? It's not exactly something like that just happens, right? Like...
ですが、だからこそ当てにならないのですよ。戦地という異常な状況下で、たまたまレアなケースが重なっただけのことなんです。
That's just absurd.
高野先生は重なった偶然を見てゲシュタルト的な構成主義にとらわれ、法則性を見つけたように錯覚してしまったのではないかと考えます。
そうでないことを証明するには、ひなみ沢症候群の感染者に対する膨大な臨床データが必要です。ですが倫理的に考えてこりゃ立証は不可能でしょう。
出身者がたたりだと了解する行為はどちらかというと文化依存症候群の範疇です。それに対しウイルスによる意識支配を重ねられることは、失礼だが高野先生はユニークなひなみ沢の信仰に心酔し、その結果ご自身が文化依存症候群に取り込まれてしまっているのではないかと考えます。いえいえ、神秘的分野を研究する人間にはよくあり得ることですよ。我々も日々気をつけています。
I feel real bad for Hifumi, man. I was literally getting laughed at. Yikes. Poor guy. The more they talk, the paler my grandfather's face becomes. I was just stunned myself. We've never heard of parasites like that. That's impossible. It was just a coincidence and there isn't enough data. Talk goes on, and every time grandfather says something, they dismiss it like that. Before he knew it, my grandfather could only hold his silence before their criticisms.
ただ、どんな発見も最初は理解されないものです。高野先生の研究もそのうちの一つでないかと考えます。当時、どんなにバカバカしいと思われていた研究でも、その後、真実が解き明かされ、評価を改められるというのも、これまたよくある話です。
They're literally just telling him to try again in like 10 years.
私は皆さんに比べれば素人です。個人の研究家に過ぎず、一流大の出でもなければ学閥にも属していません。もちろん権威や研究所へのコネクションもありません。故に個人の研究ではこの程度のことまでしか調べられないのです。果たしてひなみ沢症候群が真実なのか、それとも皆さんがおっしゃられるように私の妄想に過ぎないのか、それを確かめるためにお力添えをいただくことはできませんでしょうか。
もちろんこれが世紀の大発見になるならば、何しろ人間の文化や思想はすべてナノ単位の脳内生命体の意志によるもので、前頭葉は彼らを住まわせるだけの場所に過ぎないという。
ひなみ沢症候群が存在し、その感染者が感染によってそのお社様信仰というものに組み込まれることがもし立証できたなら、地球上に存在する全ての宗教、いや文化国境さえもウイルスで説明できるかもしれないんですからな。
その話の壮大さはとてもユニークです。 高野先生は我々のような人間にひっそりと論文を読ませるより、それで本を書かれて一般大衆に発表された方がよろしいでしょうな。
Yeah, now they're glazing. Grandfather looks at the ground, his fists trembling a little. But their words were far too cruel. I don't know anything about academics. I'm just a little girl. I don't know exactly what they're talking about, but Grandfather worked so hard by himself until today. But to prove his research and delve further into it, he needs sponsors. If those sponsors are casting him away, calling his research a delusion, it's outrageous, like asking which came first, the chicken or the egg. Besides, if his research was at the level those cheeky men want to see, he wouldn't need their help. But they're saying that they can't help him unless they see some results that are beyond the level of private research. In any field, doesn't research always start out with just a little idea? If you can prove its existence beforehand, then what's the point of researching it to begin with? If a wild idea can't be the subject of research, how did we gain any knowledge at all? But never mind that. When Mr. Koizumi came 2 weeks ago, didn't he say they were really interested in his research? What's going on? This is the complete opposite of what he said.
Hi. 非常に興味深い研究だと思っ脳はまだまだ未知の領域です。
この高野氏の論文は非常にユニークです。特に優生学的見地からは無視できないものが感じられます。
人は神の子などでは断じてない。人も進化の洗礼を受けた動物に過ぎません。ならばダーウィンに従い、各地の環境に応じて進化には差が出てくる。つまり人類にはすでに優劣があるのです。国家としていかに優秀な血統を守り、より良い遺伝子を未来に残せるか。
Okay, yeah, we're properly into eugenics now, huh?
これを国策として掲げ研究せねば、来世紀において人類は致命的な序列を与えられることになるでしょう。
高野氏の研究は単なる感染症の域を超えるだけのポテンシャルを秘めていると言えるでしょうな。
次世代に残すべきでない劣悪な人間が、もし遺伝子によるものでなく感染症によるものであると解明できたなら、外科的手段によって構成が可能だということになる。
Now we're in psychosurgery.
結果、我が国は未来に素晴らしい人間を残すことができるでしょう。優生学的見地から高野氏の研究は早急に取り組まれるべきです。
これは世紀の大発見になる可能性がありますぞ。
Yeah, okay. That was exactly what I looked into earlier.
もし感染症疾患と個人の資質の因果関係が立証できれば、
So this was the
ノ
meeting.
ーベル賞どころでは済まんでしょうな。
Damn.
小泉先生、この度の貴重な機会に深く感謝いたします。
高野くんは昔から一途で熱心な男での。だが人付き合いが下手くそでな。ずっと一人で研究してきたのだ。だが一人でできる限界を迎え、ようやく人に助けを求めることを覚えたんだな。どうか先生方、高野くんの話に耳を傾けてやってください。
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely very interested in this not very long ago. So I think the whole, like, they genuinely had to say no thing because of government pressure probably makes the most sense.
恐れ多いですよ先生。むしろこの度のご縁にこちらが感謝したいくらいです。
私どもとしてはもう協力させていただくことは前提です。むしろ学会での縄張り調整の方が今後の急務ですな。
このようなユニークな研究を世界に先駆けて研究できるとは、この年になってこのような貴重な幸運に恵まれたのを感謝したいです。
There was a knock on the door. The sliding door opened and the owner peeked in.
失礼いたします。お客様がお見えになっておりますが、お通ししてよろしいでしょうか。
客？はて、どちら様ですかの？
The owner whispered into Koizumi's ear and his face turned pale all of a sudden.
お通ししてください。いや、私もお迎えに上がります。
As Koizumi stood up, two pairs of footsteps reached the door.
先生、このようなところへお越しいただけるとは。
小泉君、ご無沙汰だな。 今日はちとどうしても君にしておきたい話があってな。
このようなところへお越しいただけるとは。はい。体温ある先生の話とあっては聞かぬわけには参りません。何でもおっしゃってください。
The old man known as Koizumi was not someone whose status could be taken lightly. Although he had retired, he was still powerful enough to wield great influence as a fixer, so from his meek attitude, it was easy to figure out what kind of person this man must be. The old man held onto his bodyguard's shoulders as he walked, had an expensive-looking cane in his other hand. He couldn't even walk on his own because of his old age, but his intense, commanding presence hadn't declined one bit.
単刀直入に言う。君の友人の研究な。あれ、やめさせなさい。
Wow, so Koizumi... I mean, we knew he knew, but I didn't know he knew at this point. The way he got Hifumi's hopes up. Kind of messed up. Why do I have 9 plus fucking pings? Oh my god, sorry. But the way he got his hopes up was a little messed up. I know he probably didn't really have a choice, but...
はと申しますと。
小泉君、ひなみ沢症候群は墓場まで持ってかなきゃならん。あれに手をつけちゃならねえんだ。あれを調べるとな、藪をつついて蛇を出すかもしれん。しかも太くてでかい蛇をな。君がこのままガブリとやられるのを黙って見とるには忍びないのでな。ちょいと君の小耳に入れてやろうと思って今日は来たんだ。それの先生方にはお待ちいただいて。どうだ、ちょいと向こうの部屋でわしと飲まんか。
はい。お供させていただきます。
Koizumi realized that he was being pressured. He didn't know which direction it was coming from, but clearly some authorities weren't comfortable with the research on Hanamizawa syndrome and were trying to stop him from supporting it.
小泉君、わかっているかね？この研究はパンドラの箱だということを。
Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say, we don't really need the explanation of that again, but...
まったくの世まい事ですな。本日私どもがお邪魔したのは、資料になかったそれ以上の客観的何かが開示されるかもしれないことを期待したからです。
It's fucked up that that's how things had to play out.
本来ならば本日お邪魔するにも値しない内容だったのを、小泉先生たっての願いということで義理を尽くさせていただいたまでです。
徒労ではありましたが、来て正解でした。あなたに適切なアドバイスをすることができるのですから。
Wait.
あなたは余生をこんなことに費やされるくらいなら、盆栽でも始めなさい。
God damn, they are cruel. I mean, they are just trying to get him to stop.
いいですぞ。
同感です。こんな書斎にホルマリンの瓶を並べていても不健康なだけですな。
しかし、実にユニークな内容でした。あなたさえ良ければ出版社の社長を紹介しますよ。大衆にはこのくらいの刺激があった方がウケるでしょうからな。
They aren't even trying to hide their hostility. They're laughing at my grandfather, denouncing him, and saying things to denigrate not only his research but his personality as well. If they're simply trying to provoke him, any response would just be giving them what they want. Even in this very moment, grandfather tried to remain a noble researcher and a proud human being. He's no longer trembling. On the contrary, he apologized to them for taking up their time, and told them he had no intention of keeping them any longer.
この論文はお返ししますよ。もっとも、これを論文と呼んでいいなら、学会もどれだけ気楽なことか。
One of the elderly gentlemen tossed it back to him. Grandfather couldn't catch it in time. The article he worked so hard on fell into the floor, and the papers scattered all over the carpet. The elderly gentleman left the study without even apologizing for it. Everyone else followed suit. As they left, they trod all over my grandfather's article. It looked like grandfather's expression didn't change, but I could see it warping. I could see the wall of research grandfather bore crunching and warping sadly. I jumped. I grabbed onto the elderly gentleman's leg. I don't hate him. If I were asked if I hated him or not, the answer would be yes. But that's not the point here. What I really can't stand is the foot stepping all over my grandfather's article. I just want to move the foot that's standing on his papers, but the foot doesn't move, no matter how hard I push or pull, as if it's rooted to the floor. I felt someone grabbing me from behind. It was my grandfather.
孫が失礼をいたしました。さあどうぞこのままで結構ですので、後片付けは私どもの方でしますので。
God, I mean, I know that this is tearing them both up, but I think it's even worse that Takano, or Miyo rather, is trying so hard, like, to preserve the legacy and how hard he worked, and Hifumi just has to hide it, like how he really feels. My screams don't mean a thing to them. They completely ignored my screams. They continued to step on the papers and left the study. Only my grandfather and I remain in there now. My grandfather's still grabbing the back of my collar. I don't have any words left to say, only cries. My grandfather's determined not to show any emotion. He doesn't even open his mouth, so I have to cry for him. Just then, my grandfather slapped me in the face. That startled me. I'm crying for him, so why did he slap me? Then I understand. Grandfather's the one who wants to cry. But he's enduring, so I shouldn't cry either. I wiped my eyes and my runny nose, and I silently turned my eyes to the papers on the carpet, just like my grandfather.
ごめんな、Miyo.
I don't understand why he's apologizing. I thought he was going to complain about their rudeness.
もっと私がしっかり研究できていれば、こんなことにはならなかったのに。
Blaming himself to the end.
せっかく今日までミオがあれだけお手伝いをしてくれたのに、それを無駄にしてしまって、ごめんな。
The fact that it was completely out of his control, he just got completely fucked by having terrible luck. Dude, that's fucked, man. How courageous he is. Even after that disaster, he's still concerned about me. I shook my head and put my hands onto the floor. I tried to gather up the papers, but then they began to fall. My tears are overflowing again, blurring the ink on the papers. These are all handwritten by grandfather. He was so happy that finally there was someone who understood his research. He was so happy. He spent all night writing these, but they stepped on them. They might as well have stepped on my grandfather's very soul.
私の研究がまだまだ足りなかったんだ。
God, I hate how not true that is.
もっともっと研究を重ねていたなら、こんなことにはならなかったんだ。ごめんな。本当にごめんな。おじいちゃんはもっともっと研究を重ねるからな。これくらいのことじゃくじけないからな。
Determination overflows. I don't know if he's saying that to me or to himself.
大丈夫。神様は見ておられる。そして自分が評価されることを疑ってはならんのだ。いつか必ずきっと評価されるから、その日まで努力を怠ってはならんのだ。
Grandfather says that all the time, but I know the truth. God only plays with people's fate. He doesn't save anyone out of goodwill. That's why he let this happen to my grandfather, even though he's worked so hard and so humbly until today. That's why he let such a horrible thing happen to me when I was still an innocent little girl. Grandfather keeps repeating himself, but I know the truth. God exists. The existence grandfather believes in is real, but there's no mercy to be found in God. He delivers unreasonable fates and makes us all call it a challenge. I can't tell my grandfather that, of course. I asked God once more, like I did on the day of the thunderstorm. Why? Why can't you give my grandfather's effort and hard work the recognition it deserves? Grandfather told me that he'll gather up the papers, so I should put away the teacups. I nodded silently and put the teacups that hadn't even been touched onto the serving cart. As I pushed it out of the study, Grandfather told me to close the door after I leave. I always close the door when I leave. He doesn't need to remind me. That's what he wants. So without saying anything, I closed the door. And as I walked away from the study, he's definitely crying. I heard my grandfather sobbing. Tears filled my eyes once more. Sadness and disappointment. I almost feel angry with myself for not being able to do anything for him. Why is this one of the saddest moments in the series for me? This is actually so depressing. I think the fact that it's such a like potentially real scenario is not helping, right? The fact that someone's life work, right, like it's something they worked so hard on, not coming to fruition out of something not of their own fault at all, right? If they just were dealt a bad hand and their life's work was denied, rejected, right? Like, and then trying to act stoic, like it doesn't affect you, but then it really does, right? You know in the moment. Like, I don't know, that's just powerful to me. Because it's not something like crazy, right? This could happen in a lot of works, right? Right? This is something that could happen in real life, right? It's not like, damn, Rika failed her time loops again. This is depressing. And it is. Those moments hit, right? But knowing how normal this is really is what makes this one hit, right? Like, a Rika time loop isn't something that's going to happen in the real world that I know of. Fuck, man. Sadness and disappointment. I almost feel angry with myself for not being able to do anything for him. I felt a cool breeze on my wet cheeks. The breeze was blowing in from a cracked open window. The curtain was flapping gently in that breeze. I heard the cry of the Higurashi. As I listened to them, I calmed down gradually. If I can ease grandfather's pain by crying, I'll cry in his place. That won't help. On the contrary, he started to cry because I did. I'm being useless here. I remember that day. I remember the reason why I'm alive now. If he hadn't come and saved me, I would have spent the last days of my life lying in the corner of the bathroom as a human-shaped piece of meat. Grandfather saved me. He gave me back my rights. The right to walk, the right to stand up, the right to wear clothes, the right to eat, the right to speak, and the right to think. In other words, the right to live as a human being. Grandfather took action right after he got the phone call from me. He found my house, and he found out which orphanage I was sent to. After struggling through the sloppily filled records of the public office, then he saved me. Of course, he was working on his research then. He spent his precious research time on saving me, a perfect stranger. I vowed that if his heart failed, I'd rip my heart out and give it to him. But, of course, his heart is fine. So he doesn't need a heart. He needs something else that's equally important. Hope. That's something only I can give him in this world. I clenched my fists and held them so tightly that my nails left marks. I now know what I'm supposed to do with this new life as Miyo Takano. I finally know. I know the reason why the new me was born. I know the purpose of Miyo Takano. It's just the other, a big decision that inhabits a tiny soul. My life is heavier than the earth. Then my decision is heavier than the earth. I like the song. I like that that's just the Tips theme sped up, right? It definitely is. No, it definitely is. I like them using that, like, refrain. Wow. I love that. I really love that. I thought I knew of my grandfather's greatness, but I actually didn't know the half of it. For me to be able to really help him, I have to reach his level. All my lessons lead back to my grandfather. There wasn't a single subject I could ignore. Right now, studying hard is what I can do for him.
教師生活をして長いが、君ほどたゆみなく勉学に勤しんできた生徒は見たことがない。かといって、決して勉強のみに視野が狭くなることなく、社交性も身につけ、多くの友人を作った。
勤勉なのは勉強することでしか至れない私の目標があるからです。社交性をおろそかにしないのは孤独な天才があまりに無力であることを知っているからです。
That's not enough.
私はまだまだ自分の望む姿に至れていないんです。大学に入るのなんて私にとっては単なる経過に過ぎない。そこで何が学べるかなんです。
I'm not even close. I'm not even close to being able to help my grandfather.
先生は君を教え子に持てたことを誇りに思う。私立大でも国立大の医学部でも好きに選びなさい。今の君にとって倍率など何の意味もない。
No kidding on that one.
君にとって学ぶに値する学校であるかどうかだけが大事だ。
願いを成就し望む未来を紡ぐ力。
To fulfill a wish and weave a desired
紡が
future.
れる糸の強さは意志の強さ。
Strength of a string is how strong your
気
will
高く
is.
強き願いは必ず現実となり。
A noble and strong wish will come true. Do I have what I need to be able to truly understand Hinamizawa syndrome and help grandfather in his research? I don't need compromises or excuses. The heights I seek are lofty and precipitous. This isn't enough, not even close. My classmates are such idiots, acting as if they're winners in life just because they entered this school. The college is simply a place to learn what I need to know. If this self-proclaimed best school isn't worth my time, I'm not interested.
まさか妻女のあなたが伝染病圏に来られるとは思いませんでした。あなたほどの方なら引っ張りだこだったでしょうに。てっきりもっと見栄えのいい研究に関心を寄せられると思っていました。
私が学びたいこと、研究したいことが私は今日ここで学べる資格を得るために勉学に勤しんできました。
そんなことはありませんよ。入学試験を第1位で突破したあなたを拒むはずもありません。ようこそ伝染病圏へ。嫌われがちな学問でね。研究者はまだまだ少ない。だから他の学問に比べて未知の分野が多いのです。
That's quite true. The study of parasites is a mysterious world. Or rather, it's an ignorant one. An ignorant world where the preconception that parasites can't possibly control humans pervades. And those ignorant people laughed at grandfather and stepped all over his article.
伝染病の世界にはまだまだ解き明かされていない未知があります。私はそれを解くために、それを解こうとする人の力になるためにここまでやってきたのです。実現の約束された願いは
A wish that's
もは
guaranteed to
や
come
願いとは
true
呼ばない。
is not called a wish.
それはつまり
That is fate,
もはや運命。
not a wish.
私が
I
紡
weave
ぐのは
fate.
運命。運命は個人だけ
Fate
じゃ
is
な
an
く
absolute power
人を世界を支配する
to control people
絶
in the
対の
world,
力。
not just an individual. Learning isn't enough for me. I have to be able to research with my grandfather, and so I don't ignore the means to gain the help my grandfather couldn't get. Grandfather's research isn't complete just when it's finished being written on a desk. I need the help of plenty of people to present it to the world, so his great work will be praised by many.
そうです。当会は大学院の首席卒業生のみに入会資格を与えている同窓会組織です。毎年7人の入会者のみしか認めておりませんので、一般的な同窓会組織と比べると小規模ですが、その結束は比べようがありません。
そのような会へお誘いいただきとても光栄です。私ごときでよろしければ。
いえいえ、あなたほどの実績と経歴をお持ちの方を末席など、先輩方もあなたを歓迎されるでしょう。会の名簿には現役大臣、高級官僚、大企業の社長や顧問などが名を連ねています。彼らはあなたを必要とし、あなたが必要とする協力を与えるでしょう。
小泉先生もこの会におられたのですね。
That's the place to start.
私の祖父の親友だった方です。まさか。
そうでしたか。きっと小泉先生もあなたの入会を歓迎されることでしょう。
An isolated genius is a useless one. People live in society. Society is made up of connections between people. Nobody can ignore that. I do my best as an individual, but to gain the power that can't be achieved as a mere individual, I have to rely on my connections in society. It's all for one purpose. My only wish is Miyo Takano. Yes, I can't spare any effort.
私の絶対の意志が絶対の未来を紡ぎ出す。誰にも邪魔できない。誰にも覆せない。
Our conviction is undeniable.
サイコロの1なんて認めない。
These parallels are getting a little ridiculous, man.
けなげな努力が偶然の事故だけで打ち消されるなんて認めない。全てのサイコロを6にしてやる。サイコロを神になんか委ねない。不運になんか委ねない。神に祈るのは自らに努力を尽くさぬ愚か者のすることだ。私は神などに委ねない。全ての結果は私が紡ぎ出す。
Unrivaled determination.
私の強固な意志が神にさえ介在できない絶対の未来を作り出す。
Well, we'll see about that one.
それは祖父が教えてくれた神になる方法とは違う。それは生きながらにして神に至る方法。
Okay, so she's already got like the forming of her plan. Wow.
それに気づいたとき、私はようやく解放される。それは両親を失った時の悲しい記憶、そして論文を踏みにじられた時に見せた祖父の涙。そう、私は神の域を超えるのだ。神の気まぐれなどに負けない存在に。祖父の研究を認めさせてやる。それは私が望む未来。
Yeah, you
約
will
束
do
された
that.
未来。人々は祖父の論文を奪い合って読み合う。かつてないがしろにされ踏みにじられたその論文をうやうやしく手に取って読むのだ。たとえその日を待たずに祖父に死が訪れたとしても、その程度の運命に私が泣くことなどないのだ。だって祖父はすでに私に教えてくれている。たとえ死んで土中に埋められた身であっても復活できることを。
It's so funny how if we'd never seen chapter 7, this would be one of the most like powerful moments you've ever seen, right? Because of how strong her conviction is, right? Like
私が祖父の偉業を完成させ、世界中が祖父を称える。その時、祖父は復活を遂げ、神となり、永遠となる。それは永遠の絆。どんな交通事故でもちぎれない。神がいくらサイコロの1を並べようとも、両親を事故で失った日から、私の人生はすべてサイコロの1だった。でも、私はそれに負けずここまでやってきた。サイコロの目など私は超越する。サイコロの目は私が決める。運命すらも私が決める。くじけぬ絶対の意志で。
I can't deny that she has unshakable willpower. It's just so like knowing what she uses it for changes that everything so much, you know?
診療所はいつ開くんかいね。クーラーがついてるとええの。来月にゃ診療開始っちゅ書いてあった。すったら若い先生だとええの。
I heard some old ladies talking amongst themselves when I was going up the stairs to the shrine. The Uriei clinic is already completed, and it's waiting and ready for opening day. The state-of-the-art equipment has been delivered, and the research is waiting to begin as well. Uriei, too, is standing by in top form, and he's almost as passionate as I am about Hinamizawa syndrome. The Mountain Dogs, the counterintelligence unit to support and protect our research, are already stationed at a dummy company somewhere in Okinamiya. They're getting in touch with various public institutions. Everything is going well. The only thing to worry about would be the rumors about the Hinamizawa dam construction plans. There's a rumor that the Ministry of Construction is pushing through a dam project that will submerge all of Hinamizawa, while they're under pressure from several groups. None of my contacts have much influence in the Ministry of Construction, so things aren't going well. Even if applying pressure doesn't work, there are other measures, so either way it'll come to a deadlock. I'm not being optimistic. I just know that's how it'll end. I will conduct research here in Hinamizawa. I'm going to accomplish that with my absolute will. That's why, even if God rolls a 1 on the die and says that he's going to submerge Hinamizawa, I'll not be afraid. I will entrust my die to God. I'm the one who's going to pick up the die, and I'm going to roll a 6. I didn't come to this shrine to declare war on the god of this place. I came because I know that you can get a great view from up here. I walked by the shrine and headed to the spot I found last time I visited. It's the perfect spot for overlooking the entire village. The strong wind reminds me that I'm only at the starting line, and that there will be a headwind before I reach my goal. I looked over the village without faltering in the wind. Grandfather approached the syndrome from a medical point of view, but he also approached it from a folkloric one as well. The strange belief system in this village is proof that the existence of Hinamizawa syndrome was already known of even in ancient times, so it'll be extremely useful to research their history too. My grandfather hadn't been doing research for hundreds of years, of course, but this place has been here for hundreds of years, and they've been living with Hinamizawa syndrome for that long. Therefore, the beliefs created in this place and the legend itself can be considered the foremost researchers. It's simply stupid to just call them old folktales or nonsense. I've been researching them slowly, but they're indeed very interesting. No wonder Grandfather was intrigued by them. Hinamizawa syndrome has many fascinating sides to it. It's just like a kaleidoscope, showing infinite light with ever a slight change in angle. It's so much fun to trace Grandfather's research. Finding the same results as my grandfather reminds me that I'm indeed following in his footsteps, which makes me very happy. This shrine is dedicated to Oyashiro-sama, the guardian deity of the village. But this god the villagers worship is simply a delusion that was created by the parasites. When I solve their secret and announce it to the world, the god of this place will be no more. That's the moment I will take my revenge on the one who put me through misery and tested my fate. That's it, isn't it? This isn't just about making my grandfather's dreams come true. It's also about getting revenge for my miserable life. Yeah. I went back to the front of the shrine. There's an offertory box there, and I'm tempted to throw in some coins, but you normally offer coins to ask for mercy. I don't entrust my fate to God, so I don't need to give an offering. I'm going to unmask him, and until then, Oyashiro-sama is a god. Okay, in that case, I'll show respect for now. As a declaration of war, I pulled out a 10-yen coin from my wallet. The 10-yen coin I found in the telephone booth changed my life. If it hadn't been there, my life would have ended then.
あの1枚の10円玉に関してだけはあなたに感謝するわ。
Yeah, I suppose so. I'm not grateful to the god of this shrine, though.
でもね、あの程度で私はあなたを許したつもりなんてない。そして私はあなたのご利益なんか期待せず、自分の努力だけでここまでやってきた。今後あなたがどんな理不尽な運命を与えようとも、サイコロの位置を出し続けようとも、そんなものにはびくともしない。私は私の理想を勝ち取ってみせる。
My grandfather will be praised, and become a god because of the research I'll do in this place. I will defeat the god of this village and become an existence above even gods.
いつから私は神という言葉にこだわるようになったのかしらね。
Look, to a degree, you've always cared.
祖父がいつも神様を引用した話ばかりするからかしら。
Here is the 10-yen coin you gave me before. My debt's paid off now. You just kept clinging to your throne and tormenting people with your trials, while I fight my battles to knock you down from there. And so I chucked the 10 yen I once borrowed from God into the offertory box. For a moment, I couldn't understand what happened. The 10-yen coin was supposed to fall into the offering box, but how can I explain this? That's not what happened. I aimed correctly, for certain. Who could miss an offertory box anyway? That's not it. Because the 10-yen coin stopped in midair, as if it got stuck in a spider web. Then it bounced back to me and fell by my feet. What the hell? God rejected your 10-yen coin, bro. It was as though the offertory box had refused the coin. Of course, an offertory box is to respect God, but what I did was challenge him. That means this is... I jumped, because I thought I was the only one here. Anyone would jump on finding there's someone else standing there unexpectedly. What the hell? How does she see Hanyu? Hello? How do you see her? Although I do think that might have been Hanyu talking in the forest that one day. How long has she been there? It's like she came out from the shrine. A mysterious girl is standing on the other side of the offering box. She's wearing a shrine maiden uniform, so she must be one of the caretakers here. That's what I thought too. But there's something else about her. She's not just one of the shrine caretakers. She is the shrine itself. because the girl is staring into my eyes. No, she's glaring. I was gonna say, she looks like kind of mad. I smiled back fearlessly. I think she heard my words of challenge to God. She's wearing that expression on her face because of that. The words came out naturally. The girl didn't nod, but I took that as a yes. What a contradictory feeling. I'm rejecting the god of this land, denying its very existence. Yet I don't doubt this girl is that god. The girl opened her mouth to speak. That's what I say to myself often. I've never said that to anyone or quoted it from anything. So, under normal circumstances, I should be surprised to hear this girl say that. But this girl isn't human, so I'm not surprised. I replied to her.
よくわかりますのです。揺るがない信じる力はどんな運命もサイコロの目も打ち破りますのです。
You've seen it firsthand.
そうよ。それはつまり
Oh, I guess
サイコロに
this
て
would have
も
been
手
before
遅
that?
く
Presumably?
神々への人間の復讐。神々の干渉を排して自ら運命を切り開く人間の惨禍。どんな不運にも耐えて今日も努力で獲得した私の神々しさを知りなさい。
Spiteful laughter flowed out of my mouth, but the girl's face displayed a strong will of her own. Her expression didn't even change a bit.
僕はようやくわかりましたのです。何度繰り返しても決して覆せぬこの運命はあなたの強固な意志の力ゆえ。
そうよ。強い意志は運命を強固にする。鋼のように鍛えられた運命はいかなるサイコロの目にも動じない。それはすなわち絶対の未来。
それを幾百年を生きる僕たちでなく人の身であるあなたが知るとは認めますです。あなたは限りなく神に近い場所にいる。
それは光栄ね。
The girl glared at me with her eyes half shut. No, it was more like she was proclaiming something to me, while displaying her own strong willpower.
僕はあなたに負けない。かつて僕たちはどう戦ってもあなたに勝てないと思った。だから僕はあなた地に落ち輪廻の中を這いずりながらみすぼらしく生きた。
Hanyu's ready.
でもあの子は気づきましたのです。信じる力が運命を切り開く奇跡を起こすと。
私の強い意志が作り出す運命にあなたの強い意志がそれを打ち破る奇跡を起こすというわけ。道理ね。
Because that's the law of this world. A strong will can make a desired future possible.
僕たちはあなたの意志の強さに負けないのです。
古き神の座に執着するのも大いに結構。あなたの意志が私の意志に勝てるか。神は人を試すが人が神を試してはならない不条理だからあえてあなたを試してあげるわ。お前の意志の強さが私の意志の強さに勝てるかどうかを試してごらんなさい。
It's crazy. They're literally challenging each other to a 1v1. It's clearly a declaration of war from me to God. This is the beginning of my revenge towards God, who put me through so much misery. And this girl, this god, is accepting my challenge directly.
僕はあなたに比べてあまりに非力だけれども。
Where she is big mad.
あなたに比べて
あまりにできることが少ないけれど、たとえ僕の意志の強さがあなたに及んだとしても、それぐらいでは覆せないくらいに圧倒的な力の差ではあるけれども。
そうね、私は圧倒的な力を得たわ。
Hanyu being this determined is crazy after her whole character last chapter. Wow.
その力を得るために、貴様ごとき小娘では私に指一本触れることもかなわないでしょうね。
分かってる。あなたの強大さは分かってる。それに比べて私や私の仲間たちの力は、でも私は諦めないことを選ぶことができる。三途の河原で永遠に石を積み続けるように、あなたのサイコロに1が並び、私のサイコロに6が並ぶその日まで、気が遠くなるほどの長い時間、あなたに屈しないことで意志の強さを示してみせよう。そして河原に石が積み上がった時、私たちはその川を越えることができ、あなたの前に対等な存在として現れるでしょう。その時こそこの長きにわたる運命の戦いに決着がつく。
Kind of loving the new Hanyu, like how determined she is.
ならば結構、どちらの思いが強いか。強かった方が未来を作る。強かった方の望んだ未来が訪れる。私の未来を一歩も譲らない。その未来では祖父の偉業は称えられ神となり、かつて私を不幸にて試すような真似をした神に対して復讐をする。
Stupid little god, I'll show you. Oh, she's peeved.
神の座から引きずり下ろしてやる。
She's not that unsettled very often.
かかってこい、この
Damn. Oh shit. Chapter 8, Matsuri Bayashi. Got a little title roll. Because things are about to go down. I feel like this is like a perfect place to leave off. Okay, so that's the end of that subchapter, and it was a very good one as well. That was a great subchapter, and like we see how gradually, like, we really see what causes her conviction, like, to be so strong this time around, right? Finally, her grandfather has a chance, like, has a chance for his research to get sponsors and to be known, and it's rejected, and it's rejected cruelly, of something not even his own fault, right? It wasn't even of, like, it's not even like his research wasn't intriguing or well thought out, right? They couldn't say yes. It wasn't even his fault, and that's just kind of terrible. But we see that moment, and as they're stepping on those papers, right, after rejecting him and seeing how it affects her grandfather, she decides in that moment that basically her life is now dedicated to giving him the recognition he deserved, right? To studying hard so she can become as intelligent as possible, attempting, practicing being social and forging as many connections as possible, because she's going to need them. We already saw what she started to do with them, right? And now she's reached a point where she has everything. The EA clinic is opening, and Takano visits the shrine on that very same day, and she's met with Hanyu, who has decided, right, like, I'm guessing this is like directly after the last loop, right? And they've gone back farther than ever, if I had to guess, right? Or at least maybe Hanyu, as like I don't know, Hanyu at least was able to retain that knowledge all the way back then, and basically is like, oh no, like I've gained my determination. It was you, right? Like I know it was you. I'm determined, and now I understand you in your life, right? And the willpower you received from everything. And I understand this is a battle of willpowers, right? And we're not going to lose no matter how many times it takes, right? And they challenge each other. And I mean, we basically see straight up the TLDR of Takano's motives of she's like, I'm going to make my grandfather famous, and I'm going to get revenge on the gods that let me live such a miserable life, have such a miserable childhood, right? And I mean, that was just a fantastic subchapter. And so, wait, that was not the tips theme earlier, was it? No, it was. Yeah, sorry. The sped up part. It's right here. Yeah, it was this, but sped up. That moment, that was awesome. I loved that song and that callback to this right here. Just fantastic. So let's talk about the episode as a whole. I mean, this was a fantastic episode. In terms of the amount of information we gained, it was more than like almost any episode ever, really. I mean, it wasn't like the same type of information necessarily. It wasn't answering that many questions we didn't already have. I mean, yes, her backstory was a question, of course, but like it wasn't like before where like long held mysteries were getting resolved, like in chapter 7, right? But we learned so much about Takano's backstory and how she was orphaned at a young age by that unfortunate train incident, and she lived in an abusive orphanage. And one day she dares to attempt to escape with her friends, and things aren't going well. She's running and she's in the forest, and eventually she reaches a point where she's just like, God, strike me down here or give me the power to change my own destiny. And she seems to be given what are some like signs from God, right? Some lights to go to the telephone booth, and then a coin to make one call. Where she calls Dr. Hifumi Takano and just pleads for help. She's caught, and she goes back to this place, like this abusive orphanage, where she's like things are going to go very wrong for her very soon, and she's going to almost certainly die if nothing happens. And that's very likely the fate of her friends. Which is, God, it's so fucked up thinking about that. That situation is horrible. But you look, I mean, I think she looked and saw, Eriko? In the hen house and was dead, right? And there were two other torture methods being done at the same time, and you can only assume those the other two friends. They all got caught, every single one of them. And just terrible to think about. But she gets rescued from this by Hifumi Takano, and she feels like she owes her life to him, right? Truly, that she owes her life to him. And she does everything she can to help him with like his research. And takes on his name, right? And even her first name becomes like symbolic of him, right? She becomes Miyo Takano, taking his last name or his family name, as well as like her first name becomes symbolic towards him. He means everything to her. And he does all this research, and like I said, he's denied in this episode, right? And he's ridiculed, and she sees this, and she gains so much determination from it. That she studies incredibly hard, right? She creates all of these connections so that she can gain influence and gain power and everything that she possibly can, so that she can continue on her grandfather's legacy and make his research known. Eventually, she, with Koizumi, providing her money as a means to kind of get started. And she gets the knowledge that her grandfather's work, it wasn't rejected on his own failures. It was literally just the government, which I can only imagine how she it clearly affected her a bit, but knowing more context, I can only imagine how much that's weighed on her mind. Right. And I think she uses this money to get further connections and to secure sponsors, and she becomes the major in charge of this. Technically, Irie is above her, but Irie is handpicked by her because she doesn't think that he will be a problem, right? And she is basically the leader, but not actually the leader of the whole research into Hidemizawa syndrome. And like I said, she finally here the clinic finally opens, and she directly tests God, in this case it being Hanyu. And so we see all of this. We learn so much about Takano's backstory. We understand her motives and how she came to God here. They're completely understandable, honestly. It's just obviously you still can't exactly agree with her methods, right, of killing children and wiping out all of Hidemizawa. Can't exactly rock with that one. So I don't know that I'd call her a sympathetic villain. It's not like she's one of those villains where their plan is low key. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. She's not one of those villains. Right, in the sense that it's honestly, is it that bad? Yes, it is that bad, right? Her plan is that bad. But you can understand how she got from point A to point B, and I really appreciate that they did that, and they did that fairly quickly. They start the chapter with this, and now we're gonna get presumably into the battle of willpowers. And I'm really looking forward to that. And that's all I have to say for this episode. The summary was fairly simple. It was just Takano's backstory and how she gained the great willpower she has and what her motive is. But I thought it was a fantastic one. Takano remains one of my favorite characters in the game. Seeing her backstory honestly helps solidify that. Fantastic character, absolutely one of my favorites. And I really appreciated this episode for fleshing her out even further. So like I said, I'm really looking forward to seeing where this goes. I'm gonna plan to record again tomorrow. I'm still trying to beat the calendar year, at least for chapter 8. We'll see. It's gonna be a tough one because these episodes are gonna have to be stupendously long to manage that. And I don't exactly have a ton of time left. And I'm trying to spend some of that time with family, right? Not just on Higurashi, or I could do it easily if I really locked down. That hard, but holiday season, trying to spend time with family, whatnot. I'm not going to prioritize Higurashi over that. But I'm trying to find the rest of my free time to be able to do this. So expect long episodes and expect them very quickly. Is what I'm going to say. There's very likely to be a lot of Higu content very soon. So I hope you guys are looking forward to that. The next episode should really be out tomorrow if I'm going to meet my goal. Which I'm not hyper focused, I'm not hyper fixated on meeting that goal. If I don't meet the goal, I don't meet the goal, and that's fine, right? But I would like to be, I think my plan is to finish the game bare minimum by the time I'm going back to work, a week after New Year's, right? Because I enjoy the game, I'm having fun with it, but also to be done with it, right? If that makes sense, right? Not in a bad way, I want to be done with it. I'm just it's been so long, I have to finish this game eventually, right? And I'm enjoying the end a lot. So, like I said, I'm not going to hyperfixate on the date, but you can expect a lot of Higu content pretty soon. So I hope you guys are looking forward to that. And whenever it does come out, I hope to see all of you guys there. But until then, peace.